2022 national elections, we decide atin ang Pilipinas. Today, a day before the May 9, 2023 Philippine elections, we dissect and make sense of the noise of this campaign this season. Today is veteran journalist, Rappler columnist, and anchor Leni Rappler reporters Tomo Cruz, economist JC Punong Bayan, and Rappler's digital communications specialist Krista Escudero. Our reporters covering the presidential campaigns on the campaign trail will also be joining us, of course. With us on the line now is Pia Ranada, the reporter who covers Manila Mayor Isko Moreno Domagoso. Pia, in a nutshell, how would you describe Mayor Isko's presidential run?
I would say that it was really a run that was shaped by so many forces that he did not expect.
Yeah.
But Isko Moreno proved to be a candidate who was agile enough and creative enough to find ways, like unexpected ways to respond to controversy. So that's why we saw a lot of ups and downs in his campaign, even in his messaging, because yun nga, parang there were a lot of things that played out that they did not expect. And so, yun, parang it was a campaign where we saw a lot of maneuvering, different maneuvers, different angling, and I think that this proves just how much of a political animal Isko Moreno is, but just also how challenging the current political landscape is for the kind of narrative that he was trying to push.
Parang kumbaga na yung meeting de avance ni Yorme, medyo with a bang talaga. Yung headline mo nga, Pia, di ba? Fire and Fury. Let's play back a clip of Mayor Moreno's speech from last night's meeting de avance. So we're seeing on screen now some clips from last night's meeting de avance. Kanina nakita natin si Mocha Uson, Duterte endorser, supporter / government appointee. Ngayon ay endorser na rin siya ni Mayor Isko Moreno. Before we play the quote ni Mayor Moreno from the meeting de avance, Pia, can you take us back din to yung parang kumbaga, naalala ko nabanggit mo dun sa kick-off pa lang na parang una natin nakita, lumitaw yung mga Duterte personalities sa campaign ni Isko Moreno.
Sorry, what's the question?
What was the process behind this? Did this surprise you? Because you've been covering the mayor even before he officially declared his candidacy. Did it surprise you that you saw several key personalities from 6 years back when you started covering President Duterte?
No, it didn't surprise me because number one, the similarities between Isko Moreno and Duterte are quite striking, no? So parang if you were a Duterte ally looking to place your bet on a certain candidate, parang Isko Moreno would be an interesting choice, parang not altogether a controversial choice at all for them to make. And take note that at the time, di ba, parang ang dami pang vacillating between who would run, who would be representing the administration, who would be the administration candidate. Marami pang uncertainties at that point. Whereas Isko Moreno, very early on, already manifested his intention to run, maybe not in public, but in political circles. So, di ba, parang when you hear a candidate, sobrang sure na siya tatakbo siya, di ba, already looking for people to help him in his campaign. definitely you get the feeling that you can bet on this person. So I think that's what certain Duterte appointees felt even early on.
Yeah.
Kaya it didn't surprise me also. And the fact that the moment Leni Robredo decided to run for president, I also had an inkling that perhaps Isko Moreno would take the strategy of pandering to the Duterte vote, because obviously with Leni Robredo in the race, diba? Parang if you think strategically, she would capture already the opposition votes. So the strategic thing for someone like Isko Moreno to have done, and which he did eventually, would be to look for support from somewhere else. And I guess he thought that maybe a certain segment of the Duterte supporters would go to him.
Yeah. Speaking of the Manila mayor, let's listen to a clip from him last night at his meeting, the Avance. Okay, Pia. Medyo di natin na marinig si Mayor Isko, no? Pero kahapon, nagulat ka ba, Pia, na parang, kumbaga, minsan kasi, di ba, parang bumabanat siya, pero in the earlier months, hindi pa masyadong all out. Pero parang sa meeting the Avance talaga, parang no holds bar na. Go na talaga si Mayor Isko. Was that surprising to you, or did it make perfect sense given, the path of his campaign?
I think that uh, it didn't surprise me that he made.
We'll talk to Pia when she goes back online. I'm sure you've listened to at least parts of the Manila Mayor's speech. Medyo maanghang yung... Although parang bumalik ulit siya dun, di ba? Sa parang, oh, Pia's back with us. Hello, Pia?
Hi, yes. Yeah, so I was saying, no, I wasn't surprised that he made criticisms against Marcos Jr. and Robredo during his speech. But what I was surprised lang was with how much it dominated the
Yeah.
speech. Because, diba, pag meeting the events, you're more bent on making a final pitch, like what kind of government will you offer, etc. He did do that. But I guess what the most the high points, I guess the high energy points of his speech last night was really yung mga jabs niya against his rivals. And I guess what was surprising also was that yun nga, it really differed from his proclamation rally speech. Kasi nga, mas maanghang yung mga salita niya. The crowd was also kind of rewarding him in a way for his remarks. Like they were saying Lenny Lugaw, they were egging him on. They were parang pretty much on the same ano same vibe sila eh. They were on the same page about their dissatisfaction or their anger at Marcos Jr. and Robredo, but most especially Robredo, right? So I guess that was just a surprising thing rin na parang mas marami pa yung attacks niya against Robredo than against Marcos.
Okay. Parang parating binabanggit ni Mayor Moreno, di ba, yung pula, dilaw, este pink. May ganun pa siya mga hirit. Paano nabuo yung narrative na yun? Like, parang does his upbringing factor into that narrative that it's authentic, but also, di ba, parang he's using it in a way to market himself in the 2022 campaign?
I think it's pretty consistent with his political career because ever since he was a Manila official, he was also up against big family names. So in a way, parang nagpalit lang yung family names, di ba? Like he went against Estrada, Lim. I mean, these were established politicians who already, came from the presidency or who had already been mayor for a long time. So, parang medyo consistent narrative siya sa buhay niya, sa political life niya, that he is an underdog and he is always competing against big plans, so or big names. So it wasn't surprising that he would take that slant, no, or he would take that narrative. And in fact, in a way, no, parang it's really something that galvanizes supporters. Kasi yung mga supporters niya, ganun din parang yung maiba, hashtag maiba naman, or isko naman, parang yun yung mga type of narratives that really resonated with the crowd last night.
Okay, very us versus them, no?
Yeah, but we have a question now because in 2019, for instance, that narrative worked in his favor because he was able to topple
Yeah.
the Estrada dynasty in Manila. So what went wrong this time around?
There are many things that people say went wrong with his campaign. For instance, yung fact that he pandered to Duterte, especially at the start, right? Like,
Yeah.
many people thought that he was acting like a traditional politician, that he rather than focus on yung kanyang working, parang proven case study of of Manila na he's an effective leader, medyo na-distract yung kanyang messaging pandering to Duterte, and it made him parang nagkaroon ng medyo trust issues between some segment of his supporters who maybe were critical of Duterte, were expecting him to be an alternative opposition candidate. So there was that. And then secondly, yung kanyang messaging na he's the alternative, he's a centrist healing candidate who can embrace all colors, na compromise yon the moment he called Robredo a fake leader, and he even used the word yellow tard. So that turned off naman also a bigger chunk of the voters who were considering, who were parang sympathetic to either him or Robredo. So diba, if you're sympathetic to Robredo, even slightly, even if you're not gonna vote for her, but you don't dislike her, diba? When he called her that, parang ano, like, anong nangyayari, ganun. So, yun, hindi ka na embracing because how can you embrace, for example, the campaigns or yellows if you call them yellow tarts? So,
Yeah.
like, parang you are just imbibing the same parang toxic politics that you are rejecting. So, medyo hindi naging authentic to certain people, I think. Analysts also say this, analysts I talk to, it might have harmed parang the credibility of his message. And in the end, we saw that his numbers didn't really rise. In fact, they were slowly, gradually going down na nga eh. The whole election period, it never really went up in any significant way.
Yeah. John, I wonder, no? Kasi parang, kumbaga si Mayor Moreno, parang he wanted to be an opposition candidate, but he kind of also tried to be a continuity candidate in a way kasi he was courting, right, Pia? Parang he was courting also President Duterte's support in a way, right?
That's
Paano
right.
mo gagawin yun? How can you be continuity pero medyo opposition ka rin?
Well, I think first of all that Isko Moreno is the biggest what if of this election season. A year ago, I think many people were thinking that he might actually have a real chance. I know for a fact that many in the opposition wanted him to run, wanted to coalesce behind him, and in fact, even Leni Robredo was ready to follow him. But it became quite clear that he was not, in fact, true opposition. And in this particular election cycle, we needed someone to bear the standard of the opposition while reaching out to a greater constituency. The pivot to Duterte was because he had been exposed, so to speak, as not a genuine opposition figure. So he tried. So that's why we've been referring to him as Duterte Light.
Yeah.
He's been trying to
Which he
appeal.
has embraced at one point, right?
That's right. Trying to appeal to the same resentment, I guess, that Duterte ran on. So, what an amazing meeting the Avance speech, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, he was just airing out his frustrations.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the controlled type of messaging that you would expect
Yeah.
from a final campaign rally.
Yeah, na parang Pia has been pointing that out before nga na Mayor Moreno is very used to be, or at least sa start ng campaign, diba, very disciplined.
That's right.
Controlled siya, parang hanggang dito lang talaga yung communication natin. I think Pia's dropped from the call, but we want to thank Pia Ranada who covers, Pia's still there. We want to thank Pia for dialing in. Pia covers the campaign of Mayor Isko Moreno. Go to Rappler, look for Pia's story for her video recap of the Meeting de Avance last night, also her text report on the Meeting de Avance of the Manila Mayor. Yung what if na yun, no? Parang may ganun pa parate sa mga every election. Is there always a what if candidate for our viewers who maybe this might be their first presidential campaign, no? Parang, or is this a recurring character in the electoral story of the Philippines?
Well, I think in the sense of Isko, we can ask what if, because at least in my view, there was a spectacular flaming out of his candidacy. As you rightly pointed out, he started off with a carefully scripted image setting.
Yeah.
I mean, his first ad was fantastic.
Isko tayo.
And really, you cannot underestimate the appeal of I'm an underdog. I came from like the really poor side of the tracks.
That's legitimate yun.
And legitimate. It's not
Hindi yun inventong kwento. Oo.
swimming in the sea of garbage. So in that sense, because he flamed out, we can ask ourselves, what if he had stuck to the messaging? What if he had been a little more disciplined? I mean, he just at certain points, he just lashed out.
Yeah.
I have to credit him for bringing out the 203 billion peso
Yeah.
tax arrears issue.
Yeah.
He was the first one to do that in the debate and also
He was
start,
consistent
hitting.
about it.
So he had a role to play, at least in that sense. But other than that,
He kind of turned into the kind of politician that he kept lashing out
Parang
against.
the very kind of politician na
That's right.
he was warning
railing
people
against
about.
and
Yeah.
warning people against. I don't know if that was something conscious. I mean, I don't know if he ever became conscious of that in the end, because he kept pounding on that message till last night.
Yeah. I think parang in previous conversations with Pia, parang she's mentioned din, he's very receptive to his campaign team as well. So siguro naman kung sinasabihan na siya na baka wag tayong gumanon, I think nakikinig siya. But Pia has also pointed out before that the Manila mayor is very emotional. So parang ito yung times talaga na hindi niya makontrol sarili niya. Parang siguro yung nag-stand out nga, the first time na nag-lash out siya versus Vice President Leni Robredo. Diba? And of course, the infamous Easter press conference kung saan he called on Vice President Robredo to withdraw from the race after insisting na hindi tama nasabihan ng isang kandidato na mag-withdraw from the race. So nagkalabo-labo na rin nun. And his fellow presidential candidates kind of disassociated from that. Krista, I wonder, no? Kasi nabanggit nga ni John kanina na parang at one point in 2020, 2021, talagang people were looking at Isko Moreno and thinking he might just be the next president. And then, of course, a lot of things happened. Sara Duterte decided to run for vice president instead. Leni Robredo decided to run for president. Did we see a shift in the online and how the online world talked about the Manila mayor?
I think may certain respect naman for Isko for forwarding himself as an alternative candidate. Pero nung nagkaroon na ng shift sa messaging niya, nung hindi na naging consistent yung mga sinasabi niya, parang doon na nag-die down yung support nung Easter conference. Even nung sa meeting de avance na parang ina-egg niya yung mga supporters niya, dapat marinig tayo dun sa Ayala Avenue kung saan ang meeting de avance ni Leni. So, parang tinatawag na siyang sad boy.
Yeah.
Parang yung term na ngayon,
Language
parang siyang sad
change.
boy,
Yeah.
manipulative sad boy.
Yeah.
Eme.
Yeah. Okay, let's listen to not the sad boy, but to the Manila mayor speaking during the meeting de avance last night.
Mga kababayan, ipaalala ko sa inyo, yung mga nasa Ayala Avenue, yan ang nangako sa atin ng pagbabago. Ipaalala ko sa inyo, nagrevolusyon ng tao, hindi sila. Nagrevolusyon ng tao, hindi niya inisip ang kaligtasan niya. Ang tao pumunta sa EDSA, napagod, nagrevolusyon, biglang dumating ang mga super friends. Sila na daw ang simbolo ng demokrasya. Nangako sa atin, 1986. Nangako sa atin, 1986 ng pagbabago. Pero bakit ngayon ang pinag-uusapan pa rin natin, pagbabago? Tanong, pinagbigyan ba natin sila? 18 taon. Kamusta naman kayo? Same. Kaya, minabuti ko dito sa Tondo. Dito ako nagsimula. Kayo ang tumangkilik sa araw-araw na ginawa ng Diyos. Binabaybay ko ang Moriones, Haboneros, Santo Cristo, Ilaya, Juan Luna, Carmen Planas, Recto. Araw-araw ng ginawa ng Diyos dito sa Tondo. Pero hanggang ngayon, Mga kababayan, ito na naman, gusto na naman bumalik nila. Ang tanong ko, may nakakalimutan ba kayo sa Malacanang? Ano ba babalikan nyo doon? Mga kababayan, 1986, magkaaway na ang pula at dilaw. Nangamatay na ang mga leader nila, sumalangit tawa ang kaluluwa. Pumayapa sila. Tayo ng mga nangabuhay sa kasalukuyan, hinihila.
People power na democracy wave. But like, how do you see this? Parang the way he's positioning himself, of course, this is in the context of the 2022 elections, but the rhetoric of one Isko Moreno, surely he's not the first, surely this won't be the last probably. In the great, like when we zoom out, when we, like, anong epekto kaya nito sa, the way we see Philippine history, the narrative of Philippine history?
Well, first of all, I think it is very worrying, especially when you consider what a Marcos campaign and victory will mean for the Philippines. It will be an attempt to repudiate our own history, the people power generation, the EDSA revolution. So even if he does not actually maybe fully buy into that, I mean, he's a beneficiary of the revolution. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in politics today. Still, we need to watch out. It's too premature to count him out. Even he won't have a political position by June 30 after lunch, but that doesn't mean that he won't be coming back. And
He's very young.
he's very young. He's a very effective extemporaneous speaker.
Yeah.
So I'm a little worried actually about this.
Yeah.
You know, what if he somehow transforms himself into the logical successor of a Ferdinand Marcos Jr. presidency, right? I mean, by playing on this. So I find that very worrisome.
Yeah.
But just to add a little bit to what John said, I think also Pia mentioned a really interesting point about how Isko's run also demonstrated how hard it is for a political player or a candidate like him to penetrate the playing field.
Yeah.
And right now in this current election, right, he's talking about how change hasn't come, even if it's been promised for so long, 3 decades, almost 4 decades, and maybe he can meet a candidate, the third party, so-called, to bring that. But then going back to John's point, about if he's able to transform himself as the logical successor of Marcos, then we're back to this system of dynasties, and it's just perpetuating itself.
What he does fail to mention is that the second lead, like the number 2 sa presidential service, Leni Robredo, does not come from a. I mean, like, her late husband was a politician, but technically, in the strictest sense, parang
There is no Robredo dynasty.
Yeah, there is no Robredo dynasty as it stands. Walang sabay na mga Robredo. Siyempre, hindi nababanggitin ni Isko Moreno yun kasi masisira yung narrative of sila na naman. Pero, Krista, you were... Okay. Pero yun nga, parang, what do you think will happen to the mayor after this? Like you said, he hasn't hit his 50s pa. People were urging him before, di ba, na sana nag-Manila ka muna ulit, ran for mayor pa, and then use that to catapult yourself into whatever, the presidency or any other national position. But, like, where do you think, what does history tell us, rather, siguro, ganun lang, what does history tell us of what happens to, fairly young politicians who gone for the presidency, baka hindi nila oras or nahirapan sila sa kampanya. To what usually happens to them after?
It's too early for him, I think. There's that, I mean, certainly as John indicated, that there's a huge possibility that he will have a comeback later on. And I think that's driven by yung ganong klaseng underlying preferences of Filipinos for a strongman figure that hasn't really gone away. So it just so happens na nandyan si Marcos Jr. na parang the limelight is on him.
Yeah.
Pero so parang they're trying to sell, I think, two different brands of that kind of strongman image. Na nakataon lang na nandyan yung Marcos name so parang he hugs all the attention. But given time, I think if the spotlight is on him na walang other parang strongman figure or strongman candidate, I think he has a good chance of getting into higher office.
Yeah, probably like work on that if he still wants to run for
If,
Yeah.
presidency.
I like what JC said about branding because I think that we've seen that part of the process of becoming a successful national politician is turning yourself into a celebrity.
Yeah.
And he already has a foot in the door. I mean, he
Yeah.
is a celebrity, a former actor. So I wouldn't be surprised if, for instance, after he licks his wounds, he'll start maybe endorsing some products, trying to see
He
whether...
already does actually.
Yeah, I mean,
He does,
endorsing again,
more-
like
more
a new round,
products, yeah.
trying to see, and I think advertisers will try to see also whether his brand has been damaged. So there might be some products or services that, would do well if linked to him, that kind of scrappy underdog background. And I think he'll take it from there. Maybe he'll appear in a movie or that sort of thing. And he already knows that path, and that's why it's premature to count him out. He has many options.
I just wanted to share an anecdote. Parang we were talking to some neighbors in Cavite, and we were asking that person, parang who will you vote for? And then sabi niya, Isko daw siya. Pero in truth, when we talked to that person's wife, actually sabi niya si Marcos Jr. ang iso-support. So parang number one, that tells me na parang may mga closeted BBM supporters out there. And they're closeted in the sense na they're trying to hide behind yung figure ni Isko. So parang among these candidates, parang sila yung pinakamalapit eh. It just so happens nga, as I said earlier, na mas popular si Marcos. So parang, pero yeah, you just give Isko more time and then I think, he'll have a better chance.
Yeah.
I think that also shows that the wife knows the truth
Yeah.
from that anecdote.
Yeah.
Interesting yung anecdote din na yun kasi the survey, according to surveys, di ba, siya yung top second choice candidate din.
And they've been harping on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why they're saying Leni should withdraw.
And they're
That's
also
very interesting.
banking on the silent majority. Yung tanong natin kahapon actually, di ba, parang sino ba yung silent majority na yan? And baka naman yung silent majority ay nasa ibang kandidato. Malalaman natin yan bukas. Zooming out naman, again, yesterday, the meeting, the advances of at least four of the major presidential candidates. Si Senator Lacson and Soto held it the day prior. Si Calyodi naman the day before that. In effect, the meeting, the advances is a send-off for some, or parang politically, siya, kumbaga, exclamation point siya to the 90 days of the campaign. And for a lot of people, it's a battle of optics. So kahapon, who do you think won? Or kung hindi man nanalo sa battle of optics, sino yung mga angat among the four that had it yesterday? Senator Manny Pacquiao being the only one who held it outside of Metro Manila, of course.
I'm curious to know what
Online.
online data says.
It's Leni Kiko for sure. Based sa hashtags pa lang na nag-trend alone on Twitter, most of the hashtags that trended were related to Leni Kiko. May hashtag Makati is pink, hashtag Pilipinas is pink, which both trended worldwide, by the way. So, yeah, even meron din Kiko is our VP, Leni Kiko meeting Avance.
So probably there are random people from different parts of the world.
Overseas Filipinos.
What is pink? No, I mean like the
Oh,
non-Filipinos.
I
We're
see.
Bakit pink ang Makati? Anyway.
Meron na
Wondering.
viral na post na may Korean broadcasting outlet na nag-cover sa
Yeah.
That's right.
Leni Kiko,
That's right.
Leni Kiko meeting Avance. So napapansin natin every campaign rally ni Leni may isang hashtag lang na nag-trend, but during the meeting the Avance, multiple na yung nag-trend at umabot na rin worldwide. So,
Yeah.
Krista, since ikaw yung nakatutok sa social media, probably more than all of us, no? Parang, how does that, parang ano yun, is it like a deliberate thing? Na, the campaign headquarters siya, like, ito, blast kayo, ito yung gagamitin na hashtag, or is it, or does it depend per campaign? Na parang organic ba yan, ng mga hashtags at mga nagtatrend?
I think it's a mix of both. Makikita naman na may na organic yung pagte-trend, especially if may mga may mga stories on ground
Yeah.
na sinishare ng mga tao. Meron ding like yung hashtags, there's a sort of deliberate effort to help that trend. May facts first page study na parang na-observe ng researchers na may deliberate attempt to make events trend through hashtags. Parang pinapattern nila sa mga K-pop groups.
Yeah.
Na pag napapansin nyo, pag may nagka-comeback ng mga K-pop
Yeah.
groups, they make those comebacks trend online. So parang pinapattern doon ng mga supporters ng candidates yung pag trend nila ng mga rallies,
Yeah.
ng mga campaign sorties, ganun.
This is fascinating to me because I was already a reporter in 2016 at yung time na yun, parang hindi pa stupid to say Twitter lang yan. Alam mo yun, parang ano pa siya, parang pwede mo pa siyang i-defend na Twitter lang yan. How, like, for you guys, like how different is the online social media, to be specific, landscape now compared to 2016, even 2019, and further than that, 2010, the 2010 presidential elections?
Well, first of all, I think it's so charged now, right? Like, it wasn't this way in past elections. And at the same time, you have people who are more sophisticated users. So exactly what Krista said, they know how to get things trending. It's a different kind of machinery, right? Like, if you look at, for example, perfect example, like the K-pop fans, they know how to get a hashtag trending. They know, it's literally like a system. Parang you know how to cite certain things, how many times, how to retweet each other, how to amplify things, and so yeah, definitely charged, more sophisticated. That's one really big point I think that's coming out, being underscored really in this election.
I think the way social media is used in this election cycle shows to us yung maturity, yung relationship natin with different platforms. Kasi, for example, if we want a certain message, parang we pick a certain platform where we want to amplify it.
Yeah.
Now, for example, if we want to target the youth, we go to TikTok and YouTube. Pero if we want to go for the older demographic, it's Facebook.
Aray.
So, ako na, I'm on Facebook a lot, so well, pero ayun parang we know where to go in this election cycle. Na parang, and that the different campaigns have used that to their advantage, definitely.
The sociologist Zeynep Tufekci, in her book Twitter and Tear Gas, suggests that the public sphere anywhere in the world is a network public sphere. Example, for instance, Egypt during the Arab Spring, for instance. Not everybody was on Facebook, but regardless of how small a plurality of citizens are in the digital space, that digital space affects the rest of the public sphere. In our case now, it's even more networked in a way, right? This election cycle, we're seeing the importance of a whole new platform, TikTok. Right?
Yeah.
While at the same time, we are reaping the fruits of all the seeding of YouTube and Facebook in the last several years. So it is very much a part of our reality now.
I think also, if we're going to talk about the effect of social media in this election, you have to mention Marcos, right?
Yeah.
And how the whole disinformation ecosystem, he benefited from it. And that's been studied. There's hard research to back that up. And, exactly like what John said, it's affecting the way things play out in real life. And we saw that also it's really best seen in the Marcos campaign and even among his supporters, right? Like, the New York Times article talked about like a post-truth era. So in some ways it helps, I guess, certain campaigns like Leni's, because then you amplify her message, but then it also helps campaigns like Marcos, but in a whole different way. So much more complex now as well. Yeah.
Kasi recall, di ba, parang at least the Marcos network of disinformation, they tried to penetrate Twitter. Medyo nahirapan ata sila mag-penetrate ng Twitter. But then I recall there's also an inquiry report on disinformation in TikTok, which is trickier. Kasi tama ba ang terms ko? Walang API as of now, wala pang API pa rin ang di ba? TikTok, so it's harder to really
Dissect what's
sort
going
through
on.
the big data. But if anyone who owns a TikTok account will know that you scroll through the FYP for you page.
I know that.
Thank you.
Here's a TikTok. So if you scroll through your For You page, the algorithm easily picks up on not necessarily nga what you want, but what it assumes you want or what it assumes that you're looking for. It's kind of scary. Because I recall, ako personally sa FYP ko, it started showing me videos of let's say, Leni Robredo, which I started scrolling past just because I didn't want politics on my TikTok. But then after that, TikTok started suggesting Marcos Jr. videos, which I was like, so does the algorithm assume that if I scroll through Robredo videos, it wants to feed me Marcos Jr. videos? Kasi baka sa utak ng algorithm, I'm a Marcos support. It's very strange. It's very unsettling din kung gaano kabilis mag-pick up yung algorithm.
The other side of all this intensification of the digital space and our use of the digital space is precisely the conversation we had a few days ago. JC was with us when we spoke with data scientists Wilson Chu and Roger Du. Because we are so digital these days, we tend to place a lot of weight on statistics that come out of our digital use. And it turns out that social engagement data will show that the surveys may be wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I mean, these are two completely different things, as it turns out. But I think part of the reason why people are relating to the messaging of Wilson Chua, for instance, is that these people are heavy users of digital. So they see themselves, I'm on TikTok, I watch it, I see Instagram, all sorts of things. And they say, well, maybe this has an impact. I think what will happen is that May 9 will be a day of reckoning. We will find out, whether these social engagement data actually can help predict our elections. But that would be the other side now. That helps explain why there is so much traction for what they're saying, because people are in digital, in the digital space.
Tsaka especially yung context of the pandemic where
It increased.
whether we wanted to or not, we lived on social media for the greater part of the past 3 years, di ba? Yung Zoom naging part bigla ng kaalaman natin, dati hindi ko naman alam kung ano yung Zoom na yan.
Do you remember like early 2020? What Zoom?
When people would be like, oh, let's meet in Zoom na lang. Ano yung Zoom?
Download Zoom, yeah.
Game, social media network. Pero also on top of, we talked about how the Marcos network, the Marcos campaign, and the Robredo campaign have used social media. Social media is also a powerful tool for the less mainstream candidates, people with whose budgets aren't as vast as the other candidates, specifically si Calyodi, di ba? Open naman siya, he openly talks about how difficult it is, obviously, to place ads sa mainstream media. But Krista, maybe you can walk us through like yung si Calyodi, si Walden Bello, like how have they used social to harness their followers and their supporters?
Very fascinating yung comms strategy ng camp ni Calyodi. So on Facebook, parang there was one post of him dun sa anong presidential debate, common presidential debates, parang nagpipicture sila dun sa media area something. Tapos yung caption niya sa Facebook iba, and then yung parang formal na grateful to be able to participate in this debate. Tapos sa Twitter, parang informal na parang catering to the audience there on Twitter, which are mostly mga bagets, millennials, Gen Z. So which shows na parang they're trying to figure out or use the message that best caters to
The platform.
the platform
Yeah.
that they're using. They also made use of Reddit. So it's one way also they Walden Bello hosted a Ask Me Anything.
Yeah.
So
I remember that.
so even Calyodi hosted an Ask Me Anything. So parang may effort talaga sila to cater to the millennials,
Yeah.
the youth, which alam naman natin na comprises a huge chunk of the voting populations.
And much cheaper than using the usual
it's cheap.
media. Joining us now is Lian Buwan, the reporter who covers Ferdinand Marcos Jr. She is in Batak, Ilocos Norte. Kagagaling lang yan sa Parañaque meeting the Avance kagabi. Lian, you've had a lot of insights into the Marcos coverage, a lot of them personal, including the mainstream media's difficulty in covering him. What was it like on the last day of the official campaign period?
Sa pinakahuli-hulihang pagkakataon, Bea, ay ginipit pa rin yung independent media sa Parañaque meeting de Avance. They issued special passes. So, di ba usually we have the Uniteam IDs, pero for the Parañaque rally, they issued special passes. Pero select lang yung ni-notify na dito pala sa hotel na to, makukuha yung special pass. So, nag-kick in ulit yung solidarity, I guess, ng media. So, nagkasabihan din kami kung saan pupunta. And nakakuha tayo ng passes. Without the help of other reporters, we wouldn't have gotten that pass. Tapos pagdating sa open area sa Asiana, small fenced box lang yung naka-assign sa mga journalists. And it's very far from the stage. So, parang pati yung mga photographer may struggle kasi medyo malayo. And then, for the very last time, wala ulit interview kay Bongbong Marcos. We managed to get close to him, not because they let us get close to him, not because they opened the door for us to get near the candidate. It's still another creative way to get close to the candidate, pero hindi ulit tayo napansin. At nagkatulakan ulit kagabi.
Parang nasa story din niya ni Lian no, na parang how the Marcos campaign has been treating the media. Parang in a way, yung totoong unity nasa side din ng media covering him because it's really hard. You don't get schedules. You're not sure kung ano yung latag ng araw minsan sa campaign ni Bongbong Marcos at ni Sara Duterte. Lian, bago kita i-turn over sa panelists dito, meeting the Avance, final pitch, may bago bang sinabi si Marcos Jr. sa kanyang final speech in the 2022 campaign?
That's what we were expecting and frankly hoping for, no, yung magkaroon ng bagong sasabihin sa speech. But he stuck to a stump speech. Yung kanyang rhetoric about watching the votes, yung walang tulugan, yung papadalahan niya ng toneladang kape para walang tulugan. He's been saying that, I think, for the last 3 weeks or so, so it's not new to our ears. It was Sara Duterte who did away with her stump speech bago yung speech niya kagabi. Marami siyang ad-lib. There was a very, yung parang very spontaneous moment na sinabi niya, talaga ba, panalo na ako, kaya nga ako nagbarong kasi kala ko oath-taking na. So may ganun siyang ad-lib si Sara kagabi. Si Bongbong Marcos, it's still very, very stump speech, unity, pagkakaisa, ako ay Pilipino, taas noo kahit kanino. So, habang nagtatranscribe nga kami, parang wag na natin ito i-transcribe kasi we've heard this so many times before.
Parang for better or worse, Lian, memorize na nga natin minsan yung speech ni Bongbong Marcos Jr. Do you have questions for Lian in Ilocos Norte?
Hi, Lian. I was wondering, a few weeks ago, Sara Duterte said that she didn't know what Marcos was doing. I mean, they were in different, making different sorties. I wanted to find out just how coordinated are their two campaigns. I mean, do they only just show up in just a few of these things, or can you tell us more about this?
Makikita mo naman na, on the surface, they're really a unit team. Parang makikita mo naman na they know what each other is doing, like Lakas CMD and the BBM camp know what each other is doing. But if you've covered the campaign for the last 3 months officially and the last 8 months unofficially, medyo may mararamdaman ka rin na parang iba ata yung galaw ng Lakas, iba rin yung galaw ng BBM camp. Actually, when you talk to reporters, they would all say that mas gusto nilang kausap ang kampo ng Lakas CMD because they're more accommodating, they're more accessible. Ilang beses nang nagkaroon ng solo trip si Sara where it was Lakas who invited reporters at halos in most of the occasions, nai-interview lang namin si Sara if she's not with BBM. They're more open when Sarah is by herself. Ayun, tas mas yung mga maro niya is also more accessible. Sasabihin nila sa'yo na parang mamaya na lang or bukas na lang or soon, not today, ganon. So meron kang, there's a semblance of a free press. There's a semblance of being accessible when it comes to Sara Duterte, and her PSGs are much more gentler than the detail of Bongbong Marcos.
Lian, I'm curious, is there a difference in the way that supporters receive Sara versus how they receive BBM?
Pagdating sa supporters, parang wala namang masyadong difference. Kasi, di ba nga, they package themselves as a tandem of continuity, di ba? Kung Duterte supporter ka, then you're a Marcos supporter, especially because Sara is already there. Siguro yung difference ay makikita mo sa support ng mga local allies. Some local allies are very explicitly Sara Duterte. But they would never say that they're for Marcos. Like, for example, Joey Salceda, for example, Nonoy Andaya, for example, who encouraged Sara to run for president. Meron namang mga ibang, it took them a while before they said they are for Marcos. Like, for example, Governor Ramil Hernandez of Laguna.
Yeah.
Up until the very end, doon niya lang sinabi na he is for Marcos. Tapos yung wording niya pa is that PDP Laban, my party has made the decision to go for Duterte Marcos, kaya Duterte Marcos na rin ako. It's quite, parang sinasabi niya na this is the party decision, so this is also my decision. And one thing I noticed kagabi, I don't know if Bea will agree, yung paglabas ni Willie Revillame, who before had only attended a Sara rally, yung kanyang speech, it's still so very for Sara. Hindi siya very, very explicitly all out Duterte Marcos. It's still just Sara Duterte.
Yeah. Yeah, parang to add to what Lian said, parang during one visit to Cebu, this was before the One Cebu endorsement. Yun nga yung parang naging tale of Cebu. Again, Cebu is a very vote-rich province. Crucial siya for any election, even if you're leading based on opinion polls, diba? Bago na-endorse yung tandem ng One Cebu, lumipad si Sara Cebu actually to join a Wawa Win taping. We didn't know this beforehand before we flew in. We only found out hours before we flew in na hindi pala siya normal campaign rally, kundi endorsement ni Kuya Will. And at that point also, parang just to add to what Lian said, na minsan hiwalay ang endorsement or late yung endorsement kay Bongbong Marcos. One Cebu, again, first all out talaga kay Sara sila. Sobrang question mark who they'd support for president. But of course, just days before their grand rally, the only grand rally in Cebu province, One Cebu finally decided to endorse, no, hindi lang pala endorse, sorry, alliance na siya between One Cebu and Unity team. Tracy.
Lian, I have a question. Doon sa video mo, napanood ko yung video mo doon sa review mo nung pag-cover doon sa Marcos campaign trail. And you cited a figure na, you mentioned na they have essentially captured about 90% of governors across the country. Where is that statistic coming from, and how accurate is it based on your coverage of the campaign trail?
Alam niyo, utang ko yan sa inyo. Kasi kanina habang nasa daan, sabi ko, check ko nga kung talagang 90%. But off the top of my head, if it's not 90%, it's still a lot.
Yeah.
Kumbaga, if you go around Luzon, every one of the top of my head of the governors in Luzon are for Marcos. Even in Bicol, he has gotten at least 2 governors. If I'm forgetting someone, basta at least 2. Pati sa Calabarzon, Quezon is for him, Cavite is for him, Laguna is for him. Yung Bulacan, yung nakuha ni VP Robredo, and of course, the northern provinces, all for him. Yeah. The BARM, yung Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, di ba? 4 out of 5 out of the provincial governors who you would expect never to go for Marcos because of the martial law oppression are for Marcos. So, off the top of my head, it sounds and looks accurate. Pero utang ko sa inyo yan. So, mamaya, habang nasa hotel, ililista ko and I'll get back to you on the exact number.
Binigay mo pa ng homework.
Sorry, Lian.
Binigyan pa ng assignment si Lian up until the last day. Dapat ano ngayon, di ba? Parang silence ngayong araw na to para magnilay-nilay yung mga tao. Hindi, pero ano din kasi, parang again, people should also remember that in effect, he is the administration candidate despite the lack of an endorsement from the incumbent president. Parang wala, endorsed na rin yan by the very fact that he is running alongside Duterte's eldest daughter, Sara Duterte. It's parang hindi na kailangan i-spell out na the Duterte magic. Parang may basbas ng Duterte magic si Bongbong Marcos Jr. Lian, last question for me. You've covered Marcos since his electoral protest, the one he filed against the Vice President Leni Robredo. Again, na-reject na yon. Supreme Court na nagsabi, kahit sabihin pa ni Bongbong Marcos na ninakaw sa kanya, hindi po yun totoo. And then you covered him even before he officially announced his candidacy. He's leading opinion polls. What will a Marcos presidency look like based on his speeches, based on the platform, whatever platform he has released at this point?
From the perspective of transparency, mukhang mahihirapan tayong lahat covering a Marcos government. If the campaign is any indication, and I believe that it's a big indication of how he would treat independent media, then we have a very tough road ahead of us if he wins. Imagine na lang yung simpleng interview, simpleng ambush interview, simpleng statement, simpleng response to a text message, hindi natin makuha. And we know, reporters know, media know, even owners know how far they would go to try to kill a story. I mean, come on. Parang hindi na natin siya kailangang i-on record and cite it to someone, cite it to some editor. All of us in the industry know how far they would go to kill a story.
Yeah.
All of us know that. And I think the frustration has been, how do we tell the people na ganun yung nangyayari? And that's why we also decided to come out with that story of how much they shoved independent media, on occasions quite literally shoved.
Yeah.
So, kung dun pa lang, medyo, we have a tough road ahead of us.
Yeah. Kumbaga,
Yeah, the Marcoses are very good at killing. Stories included.
Hindi ko alam paano mag-react sa statement na yun. Pero, but yeah, I mean, for more context on what Lian is talking about, you can watch either the video of Lian talking about what it's like covering Marcos Jr. and also Lian's report on basically how the Marcos campaign has shunned or sidelined mainstream media in favor of his favorite vloggers and his favorite media company run by someone who has endorsed him.
Even silenced, Bea.
Silenced media as well. That's also
Yeah.
true.
Lian, if I could ask you, Sarah was by herself at the meeting the Avance. As you reported, Marcos was there with his family. The president did not show up. Should we read anything into these absences?
Siguro, John, depends who you ask. Sabi nga ni Bea kanina, for a lot of supporters, and I've interviewed quite a number of them, it doesn't matter if Duterte will endorse him. Idol nila si President Duterte, he's running with the daughter. PDP Laban is endorsing him, he's the continuity candidate, wala na silang pakialam. But siguro for people, if we are to read more nuance about it, it was very easy for the President to show up at least, or endorse him. Kasi all the cards are aligned eh. It's his daughter,
Yeah.
his party is endorsing him, madali lang pumunta. I don't think any of us are buying the reason that he's the president so he wants to be above the fray or he doesn't want to be in a position of conflict of interest. But the fact that he could not do something that was easy for him to do, so medyo may nuance doon. And some people are attributing it to his close aides, like for example, June Vasco, a very close friend. He's a victim of torture during the martial law. His finance secretary, Sonny Dominguez, was a minister during the Cory Aquino administration. If we remember, it was Secretary Dominguez who stared down Amy Marcos for a false claim of Masagana 99, di ba?
That's right, that's
So
right.
there are a couple of people around Duterte who probably cannot have it in their principle to support a Marcos, and probably President Duterte also, because he is the daughter of Nanay Soling. But syempre, of course, above all that, he's still the president who gave hero's burial to the dictator. So, medyo ang daming mix sa storyang yon. So, up until the very end, he kept us guessing, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, but to add to that, President Duterte did show up. He's been showing up sa PDP Laban rallies with their senatorial candidates, and he also showed up sa HNP HTL hugpong taong lungsod. Ito yung meeting de avance ni Baste Duterte, his youngest son who is running for mayor of Davao City, and Pulong, pero hindi ata sila nagpang-abot ni Sara Duterte doon sa Davao City. Wala din siya doon sa Tagum, sa meeting de avance sa Mindanao leg
Mindanao.
ng Uniteam. So, siguro malalaman natin in a few weeks or months kung ano bang ibig sabihin talaga nun. For now, thank you again, Lian Buwan, joining us live from Batac, Ilocos Norte. Follow Lian for more updates, especially tomorrow on Election Day when Bongbong Marcos votes in Ilocos Norte. Salamat, Lian. Mag-ingat ka. Okay. From the Marcos campaign, we move on to the Robredo campaign. Joining us now is Mara Cepeda, the reporter who covers Vice President Leni Robredo. Kung si Lian fresh from Parañaque, ito naman si Mara fresh from Makati at nasa Naga City na ngayon. Mara? Hello, Mara. In fairness,
Hi, Bea.
diba,
Actually,
well-rested na tayo ngayon.
Hello, Bea. Hi. From Makati straight to Camarines, sir. But actually, I am in the town of Magarao,
Oh,
where
sorry.
presidential candidate and Vice President Leni Robredo is registered for the 2022 election. So, Naga City is her hometown, but just before she filed her candidacy for president, she moved her voter registration dito sa Magarao. She will be casting her vote tomorrow morning dito sa Karangkang Elementary School. But she's already here in Camarines Sur. No public events, so it's also elections silent. She's spending the day with her daughters, her family. So we haven't seen her yet, but we have been assured that all the security preparations are already in place dito sa Karangkang Elementary School.
Marla, sa Makati, what was the mood like? Again, parang si yung campaign nila ni Robredo in effect yung nag-set ng standard ng palakihan din ng crowds, di ba? Hindi naman to campaign strategy siguro, pero nagkataon lang talaga, palobo ng palobo yung number ng people. What was the mood in Makati? What was the final crowd estimate from the Robredo campaign?
Leni Robredo and her running mate, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, had a record-breaking, at least for their tandem, 780,000 kakamping supporters showed up for them in Makati. It's a very crucial thing for them to do for their meeting the avance. We know that the Robredo campaign treats the National Capital Region as a battleground area, one of the key battleground areas in the 2022 elections. That's because, in the 2016 vice presidential race, Marcos Jr. had beaten Robredo in NCR, and major pre-election surveys until the very end pointed to a huge lead over Robredo by Marcos in NCR. So it was important that they are able to stage that behemoth show of force, and it was really, a very big crowd. It felt like a street party. People from all walks of life, from different cities and provinces and municipalities, all over the country went there. I mean, I have spoken to people there who came obviously from Makati or Pasig or nearby areas in NCR, but we've also seen people who traveled all the way from Cotabato. So people really planned, their week to attend that rally. Obviously, it was star-studded. Madaming surprise celebrity appearances for the Leni Kiko tandem, but still the highlight, I think, were the speeches of Robredo and Pangilinan. For Leni Robredo, unlike other presidential candidates whose meeting the avances had speeches that were attacking her, her speech was primarily focused on celebrating the People's Campaign, that massive volunteer movement that her presidential bid inspired. And she had lines there, thanking her supporters dahil sabi niya nga abonado pa sila. And meron siya linya doon na, walang imposible kapag ang mga Pilipino ay magka-come together and to stand up for the country. Isa rin siyang pagkakataon para kay Robredo na alalahanin yung kanyang mahirap na pinagdaalan bilang vice-pangulo ng Pilipinas at bilang opposition leader kay President Rodrigo Duterte. Nirecall niya doon yung unang beses na siya ay tinanggal sa gabinete ni Duterte matapos niyang i-criticize yung kanyang bloody drug war kung saan thousands of drug suspects have been killed. Tinandaan din ni Robredo yung time na a very spiteful Duterte offered to give her the position of the anti-drugs co-chairmanship at tinanggap niya. At inulit niya yung sinabi niya nung when she accepted that position na if she could do something and prevent one life from being taken away, if she could save one life, then she would do it at the cost of her own political career. And so it was also a way for Robredo to also remember how she got there, how she ended up becoming a presidential candidate. And I think in the end, meron din siyang mensahe dun sa kanyang mga supporters na huwag masyadong mag-alala, maniwala na kapag sila ay tumindig, may mararating yung kanilang pinaglalaban. So in a way, that was also VP Leni Robredo telling her supporters to relax, trust that we have done everything that we could. And then, and she also issued 3 reminders. Una, iboto yung kanyang running mate at yung kanyang senatorial slate. Pangalawa, kailangan maging vigilant ang kanyang mga supporters at i-report ang mga alleged electoral anomalies na makikita nila today at bukas on election day. At number 3, wag na mangangampanya pero pasalamatan ang isa't isa, ipagdasal ang isa't isa. So it was really a speech that VP Leni Robredo dedicated to her supporters who really went out of their way, spent their own money, used their own time, dedicated their own time just to be able to campaign for her. It was also a very important, I think, night for Pangilinan. Out of all of his speeches in the 2022 presidential and vice presidential elections, I think his speech last night was the most impassioned one at hindi lang stump speech yung dineliver doon ni Pangilinan. He recalled his days as an activist and important dito dahil ang political awakening ng Leni Kiko tandem ay noong panahon ng diktador, noong martial law. And so meron dong linya si Pangilinan na wag daw boboto ng mga kandidato na i-erase ang ating history, na papalitan ang memorya ng tao tungkol sa mga abuses under martial law. Meron din siyang pahapyaw doon tungkol sa Farmally scandal. So obviously this is an attack on the mismanagement and the anomalies surrounding the president and in effect, of course, Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte, who was leading all the pre-election surveys. And like Robredo, inalala din ni Pangilinan yung kanyang journey bilang politiko, yung kanyang journey kung bakit siya nag-advocate as a pro-agriculture candidate for the 2022 elections. Overall, it was really a festive night for the supporters. I was able to get a chance to stay backstage at the crucial moments of the program. And when Robredo delivered her speech, I really saw her staff, especially those who have been staying with her since 2016, umiiyak sila. So for them, regardless of what happens on election day, manalo matalo, they I'd like to believe that they believe in themselves, that they have fought a good fight, and whatever happens, they will stand by their decision to run, to fight alongside Leni Robredo and Kiko Pangilinan.
Hi Mara, I have a question. Can we go back in time one day on May 6? Leni had 3 rallies in Bicol. It was like a gratitude run, but it also a way of consolidating support.
Yes.
But I noticed that Sorsogon Governor Jesus Escudero is running for the Senate, while fulsome in his praise, did not show up and did not actually directly endorse Leni. My question is, I think by my own computation, Leni needs 3 million votes from Bicol. Is that within reach? Despite the lack of a direct endorsement from a still popular Sorsogon Governor, Jesus Escudero?
No, we have spoken to key people here in Bicol, and we have been told that, Bicolanos do not just blindly follow whatever their governors or their mayors say. So I think the fact that about 40,000 people still showed up for Robredo at her rally in Sorsogon, even without the governor, directly, categorically endorsing her. I think that's a statement also made by the Bicolanos in Sorsogon na kung hindi titindig yung kanilang governor para dun sa kanilang napupuso ang kandidato para sa pagkapangulo, sila mismo yung titindig. But as to if that would be enough votes to help Robredo win, I can't really tell as of now. We'll probably, of course, find out tomorrow. But for certain, the Bicolanos will go all out for Robredo. She's the only Bicolana running in this presidential elections, and we know na yung kanyang final show of force sa Naga City, over 300,000 Bicolanos showed up for her, and I think even her sisters, I saw them retweeting my posts about yung drone shots ng crowd na yun. So I think even them, they were really overwhelmed by the support shown by their province mates for their mother. But we'll see tomorrow if the Bicolano vote will be enough. But of course, hindi lang yun. Kailangan VP Leni will be able to also surpass Marcos in other key battleground areas, like in Western Visayas, for example. At dun sa mga area na nangunguna pa rin si Marcos, the challenge for Robredo is mabawasan yung gap na yon. And I think kaya niya talagang inulit-ulit na yung kanyang schedule the past 90 days, talagang mula madaling araw hanggang gabi, she's been going around, yung sipag, yung kanyang pambawi dun sa makinarya at pera ng Marcos camp.
I'm glad you brought that up because before her meeting the Avance, she decided to make this surprise motorcade to Region 3. Tarlac and then Pampanga. Was that in fact a surprise? I mean, did they decide on that only at the last minute?
I think that's also a strategic call. I think they Tarlac and Pampanga, is part of Central Luzon. Obviously, commanded by Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, the tactician behind the Marcos Duterte alliance. But even and specifically, Pampanga, right? Even then, nakagather si Robredo doon ng 220,000 people. So that for her grand rally, I mean. So that's also a way for her to consolidate votes and to remind people that, I care about you. I'm dedicating my last day going around your province. Tarlac as well. This is a very important province for Robredo to win. Because this is a known country of the late former President Noynoy Aquino, who we know who had been instrumental in convincing Leni Robredo to run for Vice President. And many say had he been alive, he would have also been one of the loudest voices to convince Robredo to run for President as well. So this is Aquino country. Robredo won in Tarlac in 2016, but hindi malaki yung kanyang panalo laban kay Marcos. So if Robredo wants to make a statement over her rival, then she has to do it in Tarlac. At mas mahirap na yun yung laban ni Robredo dahil ang governor at ang mayor ng Tarlac province and Tarlac City respectively ay nakaalyado dun sa anak ng diktador. And so I think it's important for Robredo also to spend the last day of her campaign there in Tarlac.
Yeah, and just to add to what Mara said, diba, aside from the Western Visayas, you also have Central Visayas, Cebu province in particular. That's going to be a crucial
Yes.
province for Leni Robredo, especially because yung nakuha na ni Marcos Jr. ang endorsement ng One Cebu. So medyo kailangan tutukan at trabahuin din yan. At,
Yes.
I mean, yeah. JC.
Yeah, Mara, several A-list celebrities have come out in the open and declared their support for VP Robredo in the past weeks. Among them, who do you think are the most consequential in terms of eating away from the support base of the other candidates? Kasi for example, I can imagine that, for example, Vice Ganda has a huge following among, for example, Duterte supporters, having declared support for Duterte back in 2016. And then, nag-guest din si President Duterte sa show niya. And now, declaring support for VP Robredo, I can imagine na may ganung klaseng turnaround among the fan base of Vice Ganda. So, sino ang pinaka-consequential sa tingin mo?
You're right to think it's Vice Ganda. The fact that, he was asked to he was invited to make a couple of more appearances in the last few Robredo rallies. And target ang audience kasi ni Vice Ganda, that's class CDE eh. Siya yung nagpasok sa Filipino psyche ng what's up madlang people. At alam natin hirap na hirap din si Robredo to tap the CDE classes. So that's very important. At alam din natin yan kasi napakalaki nung paggamit ni Vice Ganda yung kanyang star power para tulungan si Robredo. Halimbawa, meron din, apart from of course, nag-perform siya nung birthday rally ni VP Leni at yun nga, nag-perform din siya kagabi sa meeting di Avance. Medyo umuulan na ngayon, so baka mapansin nyo, medyo nababasa na tayo. Meron ding, ginamit din ni Vice kanya ang kanyang vlog. Meron siya, na nilabas siya just a few days before the election happened. I think malaki din factor si Angel Locsin. There was a commission survey in December 2021 that showed she's one of the top endorsers that would convince Filipinos to choose a particular candidate or to choose a particular party list group. Kaya I think that's why the Robredo team also repeatedly invited her as well to join in the rallies. And syempre malaki din bagay yung mga kapamilya stars kasi may dagdag na hugot din yan because obviously it's under the Duterte administration when their franchise was denied, and VP Leni Robredo and Kiko Pangilinan were among the key opposition figures who really, fought for press freedom and really fought and called for the passage of ABS-CBN's franchise.
Salamat, Mara. Bibitaw na kami kay Mara kasi baka mabasa pa siya at may trabaho pa bukas on Election Day. That's Mara Cepeda joining us live from Magarao, Camarines Sur. We will turn over to Jules Giang, the head of Rappler's community team, for an overview of the advocacy side of these elections, right after this short explainer on how to vote.
Alalan, May 9, may pandemya pa rin. Kaya't narito ang gabay para sa lahat ng mga botante. Magbubukas ang mga presinto ng 6 o'clock ng umaga at ito ay magsasara ng 7 o'clock ng gabi. Magdala ng ballpen na gagamitin mo sa pagpirma ng Election Day Computerized Voters List. Magsuot ng face mask at face shield para sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng Alert Level 4. Tandaan na hindi kailangan magpresenta ng COVID-19 vaccination card o ng negative COVID-19 test result para makaboto. Sa inyong pagpasok sa presinto, asahan ang pag-implementa ng health protocols. Step 1. Temperature check. Kung ang iyong temperatura ay 37.4 Celsius at pababa, ang botante ay maaaring dumiretso na at bumoto. Kung ang temperatura naman ay 37.5 Celsius at pataas, makakaboto pa rin ang botante, ngunit dadalhin siya sa isang isolated polling precinct na gagabayan ng mga election workers na nakasuot ng Personal Protective Equipment o PPE. Tandaan na nakasaad sa ating konstitusyon na karapatan ng bawat isa ang makaboto. Kung kaya't kahit na suspected o nagpositibo sa COVID, may karapatan ka pa ring bumoto. Step 2. Identification. Magtungo sa Voters Assistance Desk at ibigay ang iyong pangalan. Dito ay malalaman mo kung saan ang iyong polling precinct. Maaari ring alamin ang iyong polling precinct bago pa umalis ng bahay. Makikita ito sa voterverifyer.comelec.gov.ph/voter_precinct. Step 3. Get your ballot. Sa iyong presinto, lumapit sa miyembro ng Electoral Board o support staff. Ibigay ang iyong pangalan, precinct number at iba pang detalye. Para maging sigurado, magdala ng valid ID kung sakaling hanapin. Tandaan na huwag tanggapin ang balota kung ito ay may punit, marka o shade. Suriin ang balota sa desk mismo ng Electoral Board. Ayon sa guidelines na inilabas ng COMELEC, ang bawat botante ay may isang pagkakataon lamang bumoto dahil iisang balota lamang ang nakatalaga sa bawat botante. Kaya't maging maingat sa pag-fill up ng inyong balota. Step 4. Fill up your ballot. Ngayong hawak mo na ang iyong balota, tandaan na limitado lamang ang mga maaari mong iboto kada posisyon. Isa lamang para sa President at Vice President. Maximum naman ng 12 para sa senador. Isa lamang para sa House of Representatives o congressman o congresswoman. Isa lang din para sa governor at vice governor. Iba-iba naman ang bilang para sa mga board member sa iba't ibang distrito. Isa lamang para sa mayor at vice mayor. Iba-iba rin ang bilang para sa mga councilor. Isa lamang para sa party list. Tandaan na kapag sumobra ang iyong boto, invalidated na ang iyong boto para sa naturang posisyon. Halimbawa, 13 ang na-shade mong senador, lahat ng iyong boto sa pagkasenador ay wala ng bisa. Ngunit, maaari ka naman mag-undervote o mag-abstain sa pagpili ng mga kandidato. Sa pag-shade ng balota, tandaan na ang COMELEC mismo ang magpapahiram ng marking pens. Tiyakin na fully shaded ang oval sa tabi ng iyong napiling kandidato. Huwag magmarka ng X mark, check o half shade. Mainam din na maghanda ng listahan ng inyong mga iboboto upang mas maging mabilis at maiwasang magkamali sa balota. Pero paalala, bawal magdala ng campaign materials sa loob ng presinto. Huwag rin kalimutan na mahigpit na ipinagbabawal ang pagkuha ng litrato ng inyong balota at VCM receipt. Step 5. Cast your ballot. Pagkatapos mong punan ang iyong balota, ilagay lamang ito sa loob ng ballot secrecy folder. Dalhin ito sa vote counting machine o VCM at ipasok ito sa machine. Huwag aalis agad. Antayin munang maproseso ang iyong balota. Pagkatapos ay mamarkahan ng poll clerk ang iyong daliri ng indelible ink at ibibigay sa iyo ang voting receipt. I-review mo kung tama ang pagproseso ng VCM sa iyong balota. Iiwan mo ito sa designated box. Kung hindi tugma ang iyong boto sa voting receipt na natanggap, i-report ito agad sa Board of Inspectors upang mairehistro ang iyong sitwasyon. Pagkatapos nito, matagumpay ka nang nakaboto para sa susunod nating mga pinuno. Muli, bumoto at manghikayat na bumoto sa May 9, 2022 mula 6 o'clock ng umaga hanggang 7 o'clock ng gabi. #WeDecide. Atin ang Pilipinas.
Hello everyone and welcome to Community Corner, where we talk about anything and everything about the community, especially how they're moving on the ground in this very crucial presidential elections. Magandang hapon, I'm Jules Giang, Rappler's Head of Community.
And my name is Happy Ferraren. I'm the Rappler Plus lead. Hello rin sa mga Rappler Plus members na nanonood sa atin ngayong
Hello.
afternoon na ito.
Hello,
Hello,
Happy.
Jules!
It's our first physical hosting here in the
I
office.
know, and isang tulog na lang. Elections na.
Makakatulog ba tayo? Yan ang tanong.
Hindi ko alam. But for this segment, we are going to be talking about the election issues that mattered the most to our community. So last year, with the help of the PH Vote Coalition as well as the Courage On Coalition, we came up with a 5-point agenda, or simply put, these were the issues that our community cared about. So we will flash on screen the 5 things that our community identified as the things that were important for them, especially in terms of elections. So Jules, what are these 5 points?
Yeah, so of course, leading here is the health and pandemic response. Kasi of course, after 2 years, Happy, ito yung pinaka-election issue dapat for tomorrow. The next one is livelihood and economy. The third one is education. The fourth one is environment and climate change. And the last one, of course, very crucial for the past 6 years, human rights.
Yes, and today we're actually going to talk about how did these issues influence the way we are going to vote? How did this influence the decision-making process of people who will be casting their vote tomorrow? So we invited some guests with us today to
Correct.
help us understand and frame these issues and how they influence the campaigns and the vote tomorrow.
But of course, happy, no, we want to establish to our viewers right now, the message is very clear, you know, that what we want to do and promote here in Rappler is to make it issue-based and not personality-based. That's why we crafted that 5-point agenda, which we will break down today up until May 10. So as you mentioned, we have guests joining us for this afternoon. So
Yes.
we start with...
Okay, so for today, to help us talk about the economy, we invited the Executive Director of Ibon Foundation. We have Sunny Africa joining us on screen. Hello, Sunny. Welcome.
Happy to be here.
Hi, Sunny. So my first question, I think right now, given that we are, about to enter a new administration, we will be having a new government after this election. What kind of economy will the next president inherit from the current administration?
Oh my God, it almost sounds rhetorical, no? It's really much weakened, much distorted, and actually very, very problematic economy. I think the super long lockdowns, which shouldn't have been that long, they've caused so much losses in terms of family incomes, collapsed livelihoods, closed establishments. I think the economy was weak coming to the pandemic. We had very weak job generation, weak income generation. Despite the growth, I think that's kung sinasabing jobless growth. And the long lockdowns just made things worse. On top of that, you have bloating deficits and debt. So actually, you kind of wonder why the pinag-aawayan actually yung presidency. It's such a difficult economy that they're inheriting. They have such huge problems to deal with, not just because of the pandemic and the lockdowns, but actually long-standing structural problems talaga of, agriculture and manufacturing are their weakest in, 60, 70 years. Mahirap talaga. It's awful.
Okay. Sunny, you mentioned it's a problematic economy. I mean, your Ibon Foundation has been releasing social media cards about this, trying to visualize everything, which is very helpful, no? Kasi happy. Ako from my end, when we're talking about economy and all the jargon, it's very intimidating. But thank you, Ibon Foundation, for doing that. So now you're saying it's problematic. And of course, the pandemic hasn't ended yet. It's still there. It's one of the pamanas, siguro, of the current administration to the next one. How should the next administration parang focus on their strategies to make sure that the Philippines will rebound coming from this situation?
Alam mo, sometimes it's as simple as accepting there's a problem. There's been a huge problem of, alam naman natin, disinformation with electoral campaigns, but actually there's a hidden problem of disinformation even from the administration of the state of the economy. And bottom line, if they don't accept that the economy was weak even before the pandemic, if they don't accept that their long lockdowns made things even worse, if they think with their narrative that simply reopening the economy will result in the recovery without any active government intervention to put money in people's pockets, to boost aggregate demand, to strengthen agriculture, to strengthen industry, if they don't accept the immensity of the problem to begin with, they won't take the measures needed to fix the problem. So sa amin, that's super step number one, kind of accept that there's a problem. But secondly, also, it's so important for us, the next administration has to have a bit more original thinking. Kasi we really do want to stress, things were not good before the pandemic. Even before the pandemic, because of these decades-long adherence to these free market policies na, we'll be competitive if you open up to the global economy. That hasn't happened. Over the last 40 years, agriculture has collapsed nga to its smallest in the country's history. Manufacturing has fallen to its smallest since the 1950s. That's the reason why we're not generating enough jobs. Job generation in the first 3 years of administration was the lowest in the last 36 years. That's why we're sending so many Filipinos abroad. Now, kung di matanawad yung next government that there was a problem even before the pandemic, it won't take the necessary difficult measures to actually fix things.
Thank you. Awareness is half the battle, di ba? Or self-awareness is half the battle. So, I think...
Oh, denial. Oh my God, grabe. It's so honestly, it's so amazing when you realize how much of the government propaganda machinery is actually lulling us into this sense of complacency. And, it's true, some people are doing very well despite the pandemic and with the last decades of economic policies. I mean, you've had close Duterte allies seeing their wealth double, triple, quadruple in 6 years. Hindi yan galing dahil lamang sa sipag at tiyaga. Ano yan? There was government intervention to make a few people very rich. And unfortunately, most people are left behind, and I think that has to be fixed. That sort of elitist economics has to be fixed talaga.
Sunny, you mentioned many economic issues. I'm curious to know which one of the economic issues that you pointed out, you talk about jobs, agriculture, which one resonated the most with the voters? What actually will influence the vote?
Alam mo, happy, naging sad ako listening to the previous discussion kasi that actually was a realization sa akin eh. I know we do want to push for more recent voting. Alam ko, in our minds, we all have this ideal of a democracy na we like to think of ourselves as rational voters, but clearly and unfortunately, that isn't the case. It would be nice if the economic issues that everyone feels was the basis for the choices we make come election day. Pero that hasn't been the case. The fact that, again, giving the survey some credence, at least the mga credible surveys, the fact that you have a front runner who has not even bothered to present an economic platform, who speaks in gibberish when he does speak of economic issues, has no track record of even showing any interest in economic issues in his 6 years as a senator. The fact na naging front runner pa yan, I think is, again, one of the problems we have to accept. A lot of people, we're a very immature democracy. We still don't go into the process of reasoned argumentation and then rational calculation who has the best solutions to our problems. We're still driven by yung impulse ng emotional triggers. And I think, again, nabanggit mo kanina, awareness, self-awareness is half the problem. The effort we're doing right now to put things on an issue-based frame, I think, is important. But I think all the more important, even after the elections, dapat governance should be seen on an issue-based frame. Kumaga, ituloy-tuloy natin yung laban even after the elections.
Alright.
Not just about paniningil sa platforms.
Yeah. Sonny, you mentioned about the state of economy, no? Even before the pandemic, it wasn't really good na talaga. And you also mentioned about the front runner. So let's talk about the front runner. He's been mentioning about the build for continuity. And ito naman yung parang parang poster boy ng Duterte administration. So continuity on the build. Siguro very quickly lang, especially for the benefit of our viewers, no. Will this be beneficial for the Philippines to continue the build? And was it really beneficial for the Philippines in the first place?
Okay. In short, hindi. I know we have such a big infrastructure gap, totoo yan. But our problem is hindi yan ang binding constraint. Our binding constraint is we have no opportunities for Filipino manufacturers. We have actually less opportunities also for Filipino farmers. And that's not from lack of infrastructure only. That's from 4 decades of opening up to the global economy without the right support to make farmers and Filipino manufacturers competitive. So in that context, if we're still not giving support to Filipino farmers substantially at irrigation, inputs and all of that, if we're not helping domestic industries and Filipino manufacturers build their own stuff, and we're just relying on importing palagi or being junior partners in export enclaves, if you build infrastructure, the main beneficiaries won't be Filipino farmers, won't be Filipino manufacturers. It's going to be the foreign investors who will be using that infrastructure. It will be the big corporations, the big domestic oligarchs, servicing those foreign investors. So parang at sinasabi na halimbawa, if you spend on infrastructure, you'll create so many jobs. Actually, hindi totoo yun eh. If you look at job generation nga, in the height of build, it has been weakening. So it's not enough. And the worst thing is, we're spending so much on build, which we don't have the money. We're actually borrowing. So in the end, we're actually borrowing to make a few corporations rich under the illusion that this will cause agriculture industrial development, when in truth, it's actually keeping us actually poorer and keeping us actually more parang baon sa utang. And I think that's a problem. We have to recalibrate what kind of infrastructure we need and what's really needed to build domestic agriculture tsaka Filipino industry. And it's not just infrastructure is part of it, but hindi siya yung kumbaga binding constraint or main thing to sort out.
All right, so as we mentioned a while ago, isang tulog na lang. The Filipino will cast their vote tomorrow. So
Less than 12 hours.
less than 12. Oh my gosh. So,
Practice kayo. Grabe.
grabe si Diyos.
Anxiety, sorry.
So, ano po ang message niyo to all the voters who are watching right now? Baka pwede pa nilang pag-isipan, what kind of economic issues should they be thinking about when they cast their vote tomorrow? Especially, this is not just a national election, they are also electing their own local leaders.
Yeah.
I think sobrang komplikado yung ekonomiya, but it all starts with mag-elect tayo ng leadership na hindi self-serving. At again, to be blunt na lang, a Marcos presidency, it's kabal to ng mga dynasties and plunderers na walang pinakitang track record of actually caring for the people. If anything, they're gonna come down hard on political opposition. Hindi yun conditions na mapapakinggan yung ordinaryong Pilipino. So para sa amin, wag na muna suriin yung mga economic platforms nila, lalo na kung wala. That's too complicated, medyo masyado maraming tumbling dyan. Simple lang. Sino sa mga kandidato ang nagpakita ng integridad, nagpakita ng yung puso talaga para matulungan yung nakararami. Hindi lang yung nagkukunwari, nag-rhetoric. And I think piliin natin yun. Kasi yun ang may mabigyan ng espasyo na sa darating na 6 na taon, papakinggan tayo at may pong naman na baguhin, reformahin yung mga patakaran natin. If not, kung mga elitistang lalagay natin dyan, kung yung mga nagpakita na pansariling interest lamang ang pinangangalagaan, mahuhuli talaga tayo eh. So, para ma-resolve yung gut economic issues natin, kailangan talaga ng medyo matinutino, mapagkakatiwalaang, hindi sinungaling, hindi magnanakaw na liderato.
Alright, leadership na hindi self-serving happy, and of course, we choose a leader na may integrity and may puso to serve, not only during the campaign season.
And
but may
serve the
track
people,
record.
not themselves.
Correct.
At yung nagsasabi ng totoo, sorry, kailangan ko ulitin. Yung nagsasabi ng totoo kasi yung pinaka nakakatakutan namin is yung leadership natin is going to be the same kind of self-serving elite. Yung mga nasanay sa disinformation at panloloko para makamit yung presidency, kung gano'n ang pag-gobyerno nila, ano yan, conditions for abuse at conditions talaga na itago yung kanilang mga kalokohan. At sobrang delikado I think para sa atin. At I think gano'n ka-basic lang, iwasan natin yung hindi nagsasabi ng totoo. Delikado ang pag-gobyerno makikita natin for the next 6 years kung gano'n.
Okay, so let facts win tomorrow. Thank you so much, Sunny Africa, the Executive Director of Ibon Foundation. Thank you and good luck to us tomorrow.
Stay happy, everyone.
Thank you. You know, we saw also when we were talking about the economic issues, we saw how central pandemic recovery is actually recovering from this pandemic, how that will impact our economy. So today we also have with us Dr. Josh San Pedro. He's the co-convener of the Coalition for People's Right to Health. Welcome, Dr. Josh, welcome once again. Madalas na kasama namin ikaw dito sa Rappler. So welcome.
Okay, so Josh, let's... Thank you so much for being here again. So this is our first national elections, Josh, no, under a pandemic. So this pandemic has definitely put to light yung gaps natin sa health system natin. So which health issue surface the most na kailangan ayusin ng next administration natin? Ano tong top 3 na to?
Well, definitely, we really have to talk about the pandemic. No? So definitely, the pandemic is still not yet over. No? So we really have to continue, no, the vigilance, no, the surveillance of our pandemic, our disease surveillance, no, in order to really say that the pandemic is probably being handled properly or is less hazardous, no, as it was before. No? So that really has to be an issue, no, in improving our pandemic response, no, and finally really improving the health situation in our country. No? So that's, I think, the first issue. Second, I think, is really providing for genuine universal healthcare. No? We've been talking about universal healthcare with this Duterte administration, but still, no, we really did not see that in this administration. So many people really had to pay so much, no, just to get even the most basic of services, even being treated for COVID-19, no, and we hear news, no, that PhilHealth is going to increase its rates, no, so it's coming more and more out of the pockets of the people, no, so that's really something that has to be addressed by the next administration. Paano magiging mas abot kaya ang mga serbisyong pangkalusugan, especially for those most in need. No? And siguro kung third, I think third really has to be the ensuring that there is enough and proper access, and especially at the community level, improving really our primary healthcare services, establishing a more preventive approach to a lot of diseases, not just COVID-19, but also all the other diseases like hypertension, diabetes that we know are still existing kahit may pandemic, and can actually worsen what is happening in the pandemic. But at the same time, we have still these ongoing neglected diseases that really must be resolved by any administration.
Dr. Josh, just a follow up on that. You mentioned primary healthcare services. This is basic access to basic services. Of course, this is something that I'm sure everybody wants to have, the universal healthcare, access to basic services. What's stopping a government from obtaining this? Ano bang humaharang dito?
I think so much of this, yung humaharang talaga din sa basic health services and primary healthcare access natin has been the funding of our healthcare system. As mentioned by Sir Sammy earlier, there really has to be an acknowledgement of the problem. So yung problem really of are there enough nurses? Are there enough doctors? Are there enough barangay health centers? And this is a question that is not always asked, because there's this over-reliance, na may hospital naman, merong online consults, but of course at the end of the day, it's really about how easy it is, for an individual to get the most basic of access to healthcare, na hindi talaga laging matutugunan by slogans, are not always answered by campaign promises, but there really has to be a more concrete plan, in establishing that there is a nurse, a doctor, a health worker, that is available at the level of the community, that is not always addressed by our administrations.
And so funding talaga, Happy, that's very important in any administration. As they say, budgeting is a reflection of the prioritization of any administration. So if you see na mababa yung allocation ng budget for this very crucial budget item, which is health, it only goes to show na hindi siya priority ng isang gobyerno, especially now that we're under a pandemic. So we'll see in the next administration how much will be allocated in the budget for the next fiscal year. So now, Josh, let's focus now on the voters. In your perspective as part of your coalition, have you noticed if in the decision making of the voters, at least in your network, malaki ba yung bearing nitong pandemic response and the health issue overall in how they're choosing their leaders tomorrow?
Well, I think one thing na napapansin namin, especially with patient groups, sa mga maraming pasyente, they really have this tendency to choose candidates, not necessarily who have plans for the bigger health system, to improving the overall health system, but more of kanino sila makakatanggap, for example, ng health assistance. Kanino sila makakuha ng medical assistance, which they have been relying on for the past few years. And then, unfortunately, during this time, hindi sila maka-access because of the election ban. But that seems to be always a trend, for a lot of voters. Which candidate, be it local or national, which one do they get the best programs of medical assistance from, and then unfortunately that is showing how dependent we are really on these programs by asking for medical assistance, instead of really in the long term trying to overhaul our healthcare system. It's really the quick fix of the medical assistance that is often what is on the mind of some voters. But I really hope, I do see that there are some voters as well who are really voting for candidates who want to improve and overhaul our health system.
Given that, Josh, what is your message to the voters who are watching right now who may want to think about the health issues when they cast their vote tomorrow? What's your message to them?
All right. So especially regarding the pandemic, I know that many candidates have made promises regarding the what they plan to do with the pandemic. Ang advice ko sa mga voters, sa mga botante, sana po tingnan natin yung mga track record ng mga kandidato natin. Ano ba yung nagawa nila nitong pandemya? Nagkaroon ba sila ng COVID? Nakaka-empathize ba sila sa naranasan ng mga tao? At the same time, ano ba yung nagawa nila para sa mga COVID-19 patients, sa kanilang mga pamilya, sa mga komunidad? komunidad, no? Paano nila, no, nasa sa praktika yung nakalagay sa constitution natin that health is a right, no? Nakarapatan yung kalusugan. Paano nila mapapadala at mapapatotoo, no, mapaparamdam sa bawat mamamayan na karapatan nga yung kalusugan na hindi nakadepende dun sa magkano lang ibibigay, magkano manggagaling sa sarili nating bulsa, kundi paano ba talaga patunay na pahahalagahan ng ating mga kandidato, yung karapatan sa kalusugan, no, and really showing that not just in what they have done, what they have promised to do, no, but also kung ano yung kanilang naging mga karanasan ng bayan natin sa kanila at yung kanilang paninindigan nga talaga, no, sa karapatan natin sa kalusugan and overall, no, with our increasing, no, yung ating livelihood and all of our access to healthcare and its social determinants.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Josh San Pedro, the co-convener of the Coalition for People's Right to Health, or CPRH. Maraming salamat sa iyo.
All right, and for those of you watching, you can join the conversation online. We're using the hashtags #WeDecide, #PHVote, and we also have #PHVoteWatch. Okay, and we also have, don't forget, we have our election coverage page on Rappler. It's live right now. So again, in that site, ph.rappler.com, you'll be able to see details, information about the different candidates running for national and local positions. And then tomorrow also, after we close the voting precincts, we are also gonna be publishing the results there. So
Real
please,
time.
yes, real time. Bookmark that page. We want you guys to know na, that's available for you para you can monitor also the results coming in as they come in.
Yeah, so of course, this is just the first, no, of our segments. Kasi as mentioned, we will be breaking down the Atin ng Pilipinas agenda for today. So later on, we'll be talking about education and human rights. So dyan lang po kayo. Okay, thank you so much once again. I'm Jules Gia.
And I'm Happy Fararen from Rappler Plus.
Let's now talk to Aika Ray for a summary of candidate Manny Pacquiao's final campaign leg. Hello, Aika. Aika's in General Santos City right now. Ano yung highlights, Aika, of the meeting de avance last night for Senator Manny Pacquiao?
So, hello, Bea. Itong meeting the avance marked essentially the last day of campaign for Senator Pacquiao, no? And he held it in General Santos City. So interestingly, ang speech ni Senator Pacquiao, it took him mga 40 minutes to try to make a point. Compared to the Cebu meeting the avance, actually, medyo mas magulo siya. But essentially, ito yung points. Ang elections ay paglalaban ng mayaman at mahirap. Number 1. Number 2, pinepresenta niya yung sarili niya as an alternative candidate kumpara daw kay Vice President Leni Robredo at kay Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. Sa pagsasabi niyang yun na parang alternative candidate siya, parang sasabi niya, silang dalawa daw, yung mga election frontrunners daw ay backed by big businesses at mayroon daw silang mga campaign funders na businesses essentially. So yun yung point na yun na sinasabi niya, dahil sa pagbaback down ng mga businesses, ay merong interest na baka posibleng bayaran nila pag sila yung naging kandidato. Whereas siya daw ay back ng mga mahihirap. So yun yung sinasabi ni Senator Pacquiao, yun yung 2 main points niya sa kanyang meeting de avance. Although nakita din natin na nagbigay ng message si Congressman Lito Atienza, yung kanyang running mate for itong recorded speech na to, dahil nga dalawa yung meeting de avance ni Senator Pacquiao na merong Cebu at merong Jensan, yung message niya ay para sa Cebu. So, meron siyang general message at first, no? Parang sinasabi niya nga na, ibote si Senator Pacquiao, ganyan. But then eventually, nag-transition siya dun sa second half ng message niya. Tapos bigla na siyang, merong message siya para sa mga Cebuanos, para sa Cebu province, at meron pa siyang pagbabanggit na parang mother niya ay galing sa Cebu rin, no? So parang medyo weird lang yung part na yun. Yung part ng meeting de avance, parang merong mga hindi naayos, which actually reflects bad on their campaign. And yun na nga, no, siguro kung pag-uusapan lang natin yung ganitong klase na kung paano sila sa campaign, ay posibleng ganun din sila kung mauupo sila sa pwesto, no, Bea.
Parang ang interesting. Hindi ko alam kung interesting ba yung word na what an interesting way to end your 90-day campaign. Bago ako magtanong ulit ay katungkol sa Meeting the Advance itself, kamusta na nga ba si Lito Atienza ngayon? He was absent from most of the 90-day campaign period, di ba?
Absent siya sa lahat.
Sa lahat
As
pala.
in, simula pa lang, February 8, hindi na siya nakadalo
Yeah.
dahil nga na pati siya tisod.
Yeah.
Basta nagkaroon siya ng, dahil doon, dahil sa accident na yun, nagkaroon siya ng knee injury. So ever since the start of the campaign, wala talaga siya. Even the debates, he didn't attend.
Yeah. Aika, also, nabanggit mo nga kanina, di ba, si Senator Pacquiao, ang dami niyang sinabi about business interest. But isn't he also funded and supported by people who do own businesses and who do have a stake in the business stake should he win or should whoever win the presidency, di ba?
That's correct, Bea. And actually, yung kanyang campaign manager, si Buddy Zamora, is a mining magnate. No? So, parang interesting din yun, dahil yun yung binabanggit niya. But I think yung main point niya kasi is, dalawa lang silang main candidate, main na nagpa-fund. So, kung ikukumpara, mas marami pa rin na pwedeng i-demand dun sa ibang kandidato.
Parang at least matutultol mo ng madali kung sino ang kung anong business ang nag-i-impluwensya kung merong man nag-i-impluwensya. May point din naman siguro siya doon kahit papaano. John?
Yes. Hi, Aika. I think Manny Pacquiao was not well served by his choice of a running mate. I mean, as you said, absent the entire time. I wonder, was there any kind of talk within his campaign about that particular issue? I mean, was it in fact an issue for them that Lito Atienza could not even make it to the debates, for instance?
Actually, parang hindi naman siya nagkaroon ng problema, at least silang dalawa, no? Si Senator Pacquiao kasi, siya pa yung nag-i-insist na parang kung hindi mo kaya, o kung sa tingin mo, hindi ka pa talaga 100% yung health mo, huwag ka na lang muna sumama. Yun din yung paulit-ulit yung sinasabi na parang, para sa kanya, dahil matanda na nga rin daw si Congressman Atienza, no? Mas minabuti na niya na huwag na lang na sumama dahil mas importante yung health niya at yung sarili niya kaysa sa kampanya. John?
Aika, kamusta na yung claim niya dati na tungkol doon sa non-tax revenue income? Lagi pa ba niyang pinibring up yun? Or parang wala na akong naririnig pero ano bang may nabago ba sa economic platform niya, if any? If at all?
No, actually, parehas rin.
Parehas.
Parehas rin. Interesting pala doon sa kanyang speech, no? Dahil yun nga, nabanggit ko kanina, mahaba, 40 minutes siya nagsalita at 14 minutes nun, actually, dinevote niya to explaining yung 4 elements of GDP, yung debt ng bansa, at pati itong strengthening non-tax revenue income.
Revalida.
And actually, parang interesting to for me actually kasi, and I feel like off-script itong part na ito dahil nagpahaba siya eh. Talagang inexplain niya yung 4 elements of gross domestic product na yung audience niya, general public lang.
Yeah.
And ang point kasi doon, kaya niya daw explain yun kasi dati daw, siya, wala naman din daw siyang pinag-aralan. Pero eventually, dahil nga, yun na nga, nabigyan siya ng chance, ngayon, nagtitake up na raw siya ng Masters in Public Administration. Sa kanya daw naintindihan. Sabi niya nga parang mag-lecture daw muna siya. Dahil huling araw na naman ng kampanya. Yun yung kanyang parang disclaimer habang ine-explain yung 4 elements of GDP.
So may Econ 101 sa Meeting the Advance niya.
Diba,
Correct, Econ 101.
But that's interesting, di ba? Kasi normally si Meeting the Advance, parang in Robredo's case, while she also, parang it was mostly a thank you. Di ba? Kung kay Bongbong Marcos, parang yung labas, parang nag-claim na siya ng victory at may mga warning pa siya na pag-uusapan natin mamaya dyan. But Manny Pacquiao decided to tackle a rather not so sexy topic to cap off his 90-day campaign.
Aika, ano yung sense ng parang ito yung last-ditch effort niya, parang to project himself na he's capable of leading the nation? May ganong sense ba coming from his speech?
Yes, yun exactly the point na he tried to make in explaining yung economic platform niya. I think yun talaga yun eh. And interestingly, if you look at Senator Pacquiao, no, yung pagpasok niya, we were expecting, at least I was expecting na kung ano yung suot niya during the entire time, yung parang sportsman like na damit, di ba? Yun yung palagi niyang suot sa mga sorties. And it's the same everywhere, every time, yun yung suot niya. But hindi yun yung suot niya. Dito sa huling araw ng kampanya, nakasuot siya ng polo shirt, tapos yung buhok niya parang hindi naman masyadong inayos. As in, parang ginanon-ganon lang, tapos yun na yun. So I think projection din yun, no? Yun yung last-ditch effort into packaging himself na anak ako ng mahirap. But even then, anak ako ng mahirap, meron akong alam. Kaya nga sinasabi itong economic plans niya. JC.
I want to ask, I'm also curious, Aiko, so this particular run also seems kind of like the culmination of everything Manny Pacquiao was hoping for as well, even years getting here. I'm curious what you think, what we could expect from Manny Pacquiao after this election cycle.
Hindi pa niya, syempre kasi, si Senator Pacquiao kasi, sinabi niya naman sa amin na if ever matatalo siya, ready siya to accept. But, yun na nga, no, palagi niyang sinasabi na yung mga tao, sa huli ang pagsisisi. But ang thinking niya kasi, as we talked about in previous, yung mga previous programs natin, no, talagang sinasabi ni Senator Pacquiao na confident daw siya, kumpiyansa siyang mananalo siya. No? So, yung kanyang, yung pagbabrand ng sarili niya, it's more of, not beyond 2022 elections na hindi, parang hindi, wait, paano ba? Yung pag-iisip niya, magiging presidente siya.
Okay.
Hindi yung nag-iisip siya na kung anong gagawin niya kung hindi siya maging presidente.
So parang focus muna siya sa goal of the 2022 presidential elections.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I'd like to bring in Krista here also, because I have a question about Manny Pacquiao's campaign and the digital space. How much was digital operations a part of his campaign strategy? How did he see himself moving in that space? And then, Krista, if you could give us an idea of what kind of reception Manny Pacquiao had on digital.
Sino mauna?
Si Aika first, yeah.
Ay, ako pa muna. Akala ko si Krista. So, napansin ko kay Senator Pacquiao, hindi siya ganon nag-e-effort on social media. And one of the reasons possibly why is, alam niyang sikat siya. Pero yung ops, parang we don't see a lot of ops coming from Senator Pacquiao. Meron mga tao na you would see na very tingin nila si Senator Pacquiao dapat. Although, when we look at the comments kasi, it's kind of difficult to see, syempre, kung totoong supporter man to or totoong supporter ng ibang kandidato or pinalabas dahil troll, no? But ang mga comments kasi na nakikita palagi for Senator Pacquiao na parang we admire you, but we think you should back out, o kaya we know your intentions, ganyan. So yung presence of supporting Pacquiao online, it's not as huge, no, if we compare it with other candidates.
I agree. We tried looking for hashtags that candidates use for their campaigns, and si Pacquiao lang yung major candidate na walang prominent hashtag na ginagamit. Hindi rin siya masyadong nag-trend on social media unless except during debates na binibring up yung stances niya on LGBT. Doon na siya lumilito sa social media, but people are criticizing him for his stances on the LGBT community.
That's interesting to me that he wouldn't exploit social media, considering he's a man who literally brings peace into the streets. Kung may boxing match.
That's right. Yeah. In fact, he is a man of many talents. Actually, he plays the guitar very well. He plays chess at a quite high level. So I understand it. I mean, there's so many things about him that I could have been material for a social media campaign, for a digital campaign. But the most that I can see is one of his political officers, Ron Monsayak, tweeting about him, but that was it.
That's it.
That's it. So parang, I wonder why they were not able to capitalize on it.
Considering, diba, he's a global superstar.
Exactly, global superstar. I mean, if he could have, of course, these are they are foreigners, but if he could have gotten the Eric Moraleses and so on that he had fought against and beaten to a pulp, to say, Filipinos, it's like he could have made some sort of impact. I'm not saying that he's gonna win or even lead, but he might have trended, or he might have put focus on a particular issue. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, it's
Hashtag lang ata na nag-trend na related to Pacquiao is let Manny lead the prayer.
Manny lead the prayer. Oh my God.
not very.
I think Aika was about to say something.
Yes, Aika.
If I were to add something lang, no, kasi si Senator Pacquiao, kung mapapansin mo, iba yung nakapost sa kanyang official Manny Pacquiao Facebook page kesa doon sa mga political stuff. And I talked to some people from the campaign, sinasabi nila, yung mga nag-handle kasi ng brand ni Senator Pacquiao, they don't want na magalaw yung brand niya na yung na as a boxer. So parang yun pa lang parang if you really want to capitalize on your fame, 'di ba? Hindi nila na take advantage yun, or parang yung branding medyo magulo na doon pa lang. So, syempre, yung mga tao, hindi rin sila ganun at least on social media, 'di ba? Yung branding din ni Senator Pacquiao on social media, hindi rin siya ganun ka define.
Yeah.
Aika,
Tsaka, sure.
go ahead.
Siguro kasi yung last point na lang na naalala ko on social media kay Senator Pacquiao, siya kasi mismo meron siyang parang grievances on social media, and maybe that's one of the reasons why he didn't really want to take advantage of social media, kasi feeling niya siya mismo victim daw siya ng fake news. So parang si Senator Pacquiao kasi parang kung mapapansin mo siya sa mga speeches niya, sa interviews, is not the type of person to fight fire with fire So parang ganon. But he mentioned later on during the campaign na magtatap daw sila ng mga social media influencers. But hindi ganon ka-prominent kasi when you look on Facebook, on Twitter, or Instagram, or even TikTok.
I was struck by how you characterized his final speech, no? Casting himself as the alternative to the two front runners. And I don't think that's how he started, right? I mean, this is an evolution in his campaign self-identification, that he is an alternative, very much like Isko Moreno, or in a more muted way, also Ping Lacson. How did he present himself again before, when it was like at the start, and then when do you think did he finally decide that it was best for him to cast himself as the alternative to the two front runners?
Itong alternative candidate, recent lang din to I think siguro mga last month lang. Kasi nagsimula siya dun sa, when we saw the race na parang, at least when people are starting to say na mukha na siyang two-way race, dun na siya nag-start na parang i-project yung sarili niya na alternative candidate siya. And specifically, yung araw na yun, sinabi niya na kung yung dalawang kandidato daw mananalo, sa San Juan rally niya to, April 23, sinabi niya, kung yung isa manalalo daw na kandidato, iko-contest daw nung isang kandidato. Pero pag yung isa naman, iko-contest din yung isa. So magkakagulo lang. So yun yung kanyang sinabi. At sabi niya na kaya dapat si Manny Pacquiao na lang. Dahil kung siya daw yung mananalo, hindi magkakaroon ng problema dahil yun na nga. So yun, ganun siya nag-start mag-package. Although, I find it very late into the campaign kung ano man yung mga naging changes nila in strategies, kung ano man yung mga naging shift. Kasi during the start of the campaign, parang non-administration candidate yung talaga yung pinapakita niya. Dahil nung nagsimula yung ditong February and even last year, to recall, kaaway niya yung administrasyon, no? Dahil nga nagkaroon sila ng hindi pagkakaintindihan daw ni President Duterte. But even then, in the latter part of the campaign also, he started saying na, magkaibigan naman kami ng presidente, ganyan. Parang ayaw niya maging biased against the president. So may mga ganun din siyang linyahan na late na talaga during the campaign.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how the others also feel about this, that the beneficiary of this change is Marcos Jr.
Yeah.
There was a time that Manny Pacquiao was really bringing the battle to this tax evader.
Yeah.
But now, if I'm correct, no, in understanding what you said, Aika, that essentially in the end, he was saying, don't choose the two bad, don't make a choice between these two bad choices, right? So parang naging equal na lang si Marcos Jr. at saka si Robredo. That's not good news for Leni Robredo.
Yeah. Interesting. I'm just remembering now na parang just siguro a year and a half ago, Manny Pacquiao was absolutely considered a frontrunner for the presidential race. Ang dami na nangyari ever since. But thank you, Aika. She's live from Gensan. Aika will be covering Senator Manny Pacquiao tomorrow when he votes in the May 9 election. Salamat, Aika. Let's run
Thank you so much
through.
po.
Thanks, Aika. Let's run through some stats in this elections. 65.7 million registered voters plus 1.7 million overseas voters. The 2019 elections voter turnout was 75.9 out of 61.843 million registered voters. In 2022, 77 national posts are at stake: 1 president, 1 vice president, 12 senators, and 63 party list representatives. 18,100 elective seats in the 2022 national and local posts. Now we will turn over to Jules Guiyang and Happy Ferraren and Rappler's community team. But before that, let's watch this report on vote-rich regions in the country. Ryan Macasero reports.
This May 2022, over 65 million Filipinos are expected to vote for new leaders from the national down to the local level. Which places in the Philippines should we watch out for and why? Number 1 in the list is Cebu Province, including Cebu City, Mandawi City, and Lapu-Lapu City, home to nearly 3.3 million registered voters. It's no wonder that presidential and vice presidential candidates hold several rallies in Cebu during the campaign season. It is, after all, the most vote-rich province in the Philippines. This makes Cebu the showcase battleground for Marcos Jr. and Robredo. On April 18, police estimated the Marcos rally in Cebu City reached 300,000. A few days later, on April 21, Robredo's rally attracted around 150,000 supporters. In 2016, 817,000 Cebuanos voted for Leni Robredo, while her rival for the vice presidency, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., only got 310,000 votes in Cebu. But the context of the 2016 elections was different. Cebu's political heavyweights, including Governor Gwen Garcia, Cebu City Mayor Michael Rama, Liloan Town Mayor Cristina Frasco, and Bakud Party of the Doranos in Danao City are now supporting Marcos Jr. and his running mate, Sara Duterte.
The interests of the Cebuanos are best served if we unite behind the leadership of BBM as president.
Meanwhile, Vice Governor Junjun Davide and Cebu City mayoral candidate Margot Osmeña are endorsing Robredo.
Ngayong gabi, pinakita po ninyo na pagtaong bayan nagdesisyon, anumang kahirapan kayang-kayang lampasan.
Number 2 is Cavite, the home province of Senator Ping Lacson. Cavite has more than 2.3 million registered voters. Lacson is banking on the Caviteño support, but local officials, including Governor John Vic Remulla, have endorsed the Marcos Duterte tandem. Remulla earlier promised the Uniteam tandem 800,000 votes from Cavite.
Cavite has something to prove it. Cavite has something to prove.
Seemingly to disprove Remulla's claim, around 47,000 Robredo supporters showed up in her March 4 rally. In 2016, Marcos won by a large margin with 557,000 votes against Robredo's 404,000 votes in Cavite. Third in the most vote-rich provinces list is Pangasinan, a stronghold of the Marcoses and home to nearly 2.1 million registered voters. Marcos won a landslide victory here with almost 833,000 votes in the 2016 elections, while Robredo only got more than 265,000 votes. But during her campaign rally in Dagupan City on April 8, Robredo says there's a difference this time.
Maraming mga local officials ang nahihirapan na openly endorse tayo dahil merong mga pagkatakot. Kaya po ako sobra ko na-appreciate yung mga local officials na tumindig po para sa atin ngayong gabi. Lalong-lalo na po dahil nasa Pangasinan sila.
While Pangasinan is part of the so-called Solid North, developments on the local level show it may not be that solid. For instance, the powerful De Venecias of Dagupan, including former House Speaker Jose De Venecia, declared their support for Robredo. This despite the De Venecias being longtime members of the Lakas CMD party, which is endorsing Sara Duterte for Vice President. In terms of region, Calabarzon is still the most vote-rich with nearly 9.2 million registered voters. It's such a crucial region that the Marcos-Duterte tandem had to campaign in Batangas and Laguna again after their Luzon numbers dropped in the March Pulse Asia survey. Marcos Jr.'s numbers in Balance Luzon dropped 13 points in the region, while Robredo's numbers jumped 28 points. This makes Marcos Jr. and Robredo statistically tied in the region at 38 to 37 points. Marcos Jr.'s running mate says there is no time to be complacent, even if they are both frontrunners in their respective races.
Wala po kaming confidence in winning. Ngayon, we are always running scared even if we're only 17 days away from election day.
In his opinion piece, spokesperson for former Vice President Jejomar Binay, Joey Salgado, says a statistical tie in Calabarzon region is an encouraging sign for Robredo. Speaking from his experience in 2010 when Binay defeated Mar Rojas in the 2010 vice presidential race, Salgado says Marcos Jr. is more aggressive on the ground, unlike Rojas, who was confident in his win. But in the April Pulse Asia survey, Robredo's numbers in Calabarzon dipped to 18 points, a huge drop from her 37 points in March. Metro Manila is also a key area to watch out for. Marcos Jr. claimed victory in NCR in the 2016 vice presidential race with more than 2.1 million votes, a huge lead over Robredo, who got more than 1.3 million votes. Even in the March Pulse Asia survey, Marcos Jr. still enjoys 64 points in NCR, while Robredo is a far second at 17 points. But the groundswell of support for Robredo in her Metro Manila campaign rallies tells a different story. Take a look at her Pasay rally, for example. Organizers say the rally drew a massive 412,000 crowd, bigger than Rodrigo Duterte's Meeting the Avance crowd in 2016, which was estimated to have gathered 300,000 supporters. On that same night, the unit team also held a rally in Manila, but only 14,000 showed up, according to police estimates. Robredo's Pasig rally is also one of her most successful sorties, with 137,000 kakampings in attendance. But there's also Isko Moreno. His narrative is consistent. What he did in Manila as mayor, he can do in the Philippines as president.
Ang gusto ko, maiparamdam ko lang sa inyo na kapag kayo'y matutumba na, may pader kayong masasandalan at ang pader na yon ay gobyernong nagmamalasakit sa inyong lahat, mga kababayan.
But he trails at 4th place and got only 10 points in NCR in the April Pulse Asia survey. In Mindanao, home of the Dutertes, a political shakeup is happening. Marcos Jr. is hoping his alliance with the president's daughter will pull up his numbers in the south. But former House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez, Duterte's former loyal lieutenant, is out to prevent that. After all, Marcos Jr.'s running mate Sara Duterte, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, and Senator Amy Marcos were the women behind his fall as House Speaker in 2018. Alvarez dropped Lacson to support Robredo, the opposition leader and government official he once sought to impeach from the vice presidency.
Nung nakausap ko nga si VP Leni, ay liwanagan din ako dun sa mga doubts ko. Tapos nung inisa-isa ko yung criteria na nilatang ko, now it turned out na that leader is a woman.
As foes turn to allies, Alvarez is now eyeing an 80% vote for Robredo in Davao del Norte. And then there is Senator Manny Pacquiao, the boxer turned politician from General Santos City, who may also deny the much-needed Mindanao vote for Marcos Jr. With Pacquiao and Sara Duterte in the race for the top government positions, their roots as Mindanaoans may boost their respective campaigns, including those of their standard bearer or running mates. With 14.6 million registered voters, political watchers predict a divided Mindanao. On May 9, it is a choice between a dictator's son, an alternative lawyer, a former actor, a boxer, a former police chief, and a labor leader. Will the 2022 vote roll back democracy or enhance it? Will it trigger progress or keep us in economic backwaters? Will the poor be poorer? Will corruption go unchecked? Will it lead to genuine social transformation or preserve the status quo? The choice is ours to make. We decide. Atin ang Pilipinas.
And welcome back to Community Corner, where we talk about anything and everything about the communities, how they move on the ground in this very crucial presidential elections. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jules Giang, Rappler's Head of Community.
And my name is Happy Ferraran. I'm with Rappler Plus. And again, this is the community segment of Rappler's rolling coverage of the 2022 presidential election. So why, Jules, I think before we move on, let's just explain a little bit why we decided to have this segment for the community. So when Rappler was formed 10 years ago, it's our 10th anniversary this year. Diba?
Happy 10 years, Rappler, to us.
Yeah, to us. Happy anniversary to Rappler. It was really formed with 3 pillars. So the first pillar being journalism. Of course, you can see that in the independent and free journalism that we do. And then we also have tech. So Rappler was born online. Rappler was born in social media. And this was really the main driver of how we shared our news, our journalism to our audience. And then central to this, of course, is the community pillar. So we wanted our journalism, syempre, to connect with our audiences. And this is why we decided to have this community segment, because this is really our time to hear from you and really listen to what issues our community, the Rappler community, is concerned about.
Kumbaga, Happy, yung workflow niyan, journalism side, pinapublish natin story via technology, and then we follow the stories kung ano yung impact niya on the ground with our communities.
Correct.
So yun. So hindi lang tayo nagre-release, nagpa-publish lang. We also follow ano yung reaction ng communities natin doon sa mga stories natin. That is why from last year, we have spearheaded several coalitions like Courage On Coalition. So this Courage On Coalition, No Lockdown on Rights Coalition, was formed basically to make sure that we are defending human rights on the ground amidst the pandemic. And we also have the PH Vote Coalition because, of course, tomorrow is election day. And that's why in this community corner, we are focusing, especially today, we are focusing and going back to the 5-point agenda which our coalitions created 4th quarter last year. So earlier, our first segment, Happy, we focused on economy and the pandemic response. So very quick recap siguro, Happy, doon sa sinabi ni Sunny Africa kanina.
Yes, so we had Sunny Africa from the Ibon Foundation, and I think for him, central for the next administration to really address the problem is to first acknowledge that there is a problem. So sa kanya, central yon na at the very least acknowledge that there's a problem, because how can you solve a problem if you don't even acknowledge that you have one? So yun yung pinag-usapan natin when it comes to the economic issues. Unfortunately, he felt that many of our voters didn't really use this to determine who their choice is for the next leader, diba? Both in local and national. So I think, again, just highlighting the importance of why we're doing this as well. We really want to frame the election in terms of the issues that matter to our community. Kasi nga, as Jules mentioned, these were identified as the top issues by our coalitions, the Courage On and PH Vote coalitions. And so, that's what we talked about for the economic recovery.
Yeah. On the side of Dr. Josh San Pedro, he's the co-convener of CPRH, or the Coalition for People's Right to Health. He mentioned that, of course, number one, to focus on the pandemic. There's still a pandemic right now. So yun yung pinaka-priority ng next administration. Next is how can we have this genuine universal healthcare? And lastly, the access to primary healthcare services, especially to other regions na hindi masyado nakakagip ng mga services. And of course, lastly, he also mentioned about the budget. As mentioned, no, Happy, budgeting is one of the reflections of a government's priorities. So kung hindi nalalagyan ng sapat na budget ang isang budget item, ibig sabihin, hindi siya ganun ka-priority. So ito yung kailangan natin silipin. Check their platforms. When you vote tomorrow in less than 12 hours, okay?
May time pa kayo.
Yes, magbubukas
The
na
crammers out there.
mga presinto, kaya pa natin mag-research na yung mga iboboto natin bukas yung shade natin, meron kasi silang platform. So our messaging is very clear, Happy, no? That we want our decisions tomorrow to be issue-based and not personality-based.
Yeah, this is really the essence of what public service is. We elect our leaders so that ang tao ang makinabang. It should be the people who will benefit from the service of our leaders that we will be electing tomorrow. So for those of you who are watching and you want to join the conversation online, just use the hashtag #PHVote, #WeDecide, and #PHVoteWatch. So we also have our running election coverage site. So this is a page on our website. You can visit ph.rappler.com. In this page, you will see all the candidates listed there, including local leaders. So if you want to learn about who's running for mayor in the city that you're in, you can check out this website. Maganda dito, Jules, kasi for the presidential candidates, for example, you can compare. So you can compare what are their platforms, what yung mga sinabi nila sa mga debates, how do they compare. So you can use that to go side by side. You can compare your candidates, who you're choosing between, and check that out. So really, because like what Jules mentioned, it's really important for us to start thinking about who we're electing in terms of the issues that affect us every day.
And tomorrow then, Happy, on this site, itong ph.rappler.com, as soon as polls close tomorrow by 7 p.m., start na yung transmission ng votes kasi. So you will see real time dito sa site na to. Very exciting to. Makikita nyo siya, may map tayo dyan kung sino yung mga leading dito sa mga areas na to. So anyway, let's proceed now to our conversation this evening. So kanina, we focus on pandemic response and economy. For this segment, we'll focus on human rights and education. Very important.
Malaking bagay ito, especially given our last administration. Human rights was really where a lot of the criticism was coming from in terms of the administration, the Duterte administration. And of course, education, again, nakita natin to in the pandemic. Maraming students
Remote
nahirapan.
learning.
Yes, many students had a hard time adjusting to distance learning. So we've prepared several videos that will help us understand more about what the communities and what the people think about these issues. So let's watch these videos.
Dapat ay pagtuunan yung tungkol sa torture na katulad ko ay dinanas noong panahon ng martial law ni Ferdinand Marcos Sr. At bakit torture? Ang torture ay nananatili at hanggang sa ngayon ay ginagamit pa bilang parte ng pagsupil sa katulad ko na nagtatanggol sa karapatan ng tao bayan.
Sa issue ng human rights violations, kailangan bantayan at kalampagin ang anti-terror law. Sa kabila ng pandemya, pinagpatuloy pa rin ang paggawa at pagsulat nito kahit na alam naman natin hindi isolated ito sa mga mapaniin na aksyon ni Duterte laban sa mga nasa laylayan at mga nasa kanayunan.
Sa loob ng 6 na taon, humarap ang maraming sektor sa mga mabibigat na usapin. Nandiyan dyan ang pagtatayo ng dam na magpapalaya sa mga katutubo sa kanilang mga ancestral lands, mga mangingisda na patuloy na naapektuhan ng mga reclamation projects, mga komunidad na sinasalanta ng mga mining corporations o kaya yung mga komunidad na nagkakasakit dahil sa mga coal plants.
Sa pagbubukas muli ng ating mga paaralan, ang ating mga leader ay dapat na mag-focus sa pagpapatibay ng effective and safe learning para sa ating mga estudyante at pati na rin ng recovery response in order to ensure the quality of education in the Philippines.
Ngayong halalan, nais ko na matutukan ng mga mahahalal na leader ang pagkapantay-pantay ng bawat Pilipino sa ilalim ng batas. Kaakibat na dito ang pagwakas ng anumang uri ng diskriminasyon.
Nito lamang pandemya, umabot sa 4 na milyong mga manggagawa ang nawalan ng hanap buhay. Maraming pamilya ang lalong nakaranas ng paghihikahos. At dahil sa kawalan ng tiyak na plano, maraming kababayan natin ang lalong naghihirap.
Sa makatuwid, nais naming aksyonan ng ating mga susunod na lider ang patuloy na pagmamaltrato, karahasan at pang-aabuso sa mga kababaihan at ang pagwawalang bahala sa kanilang mga karapatan.
Narapat na masiguro ng mga susunod nating mga leader ang kapanatagang panlipunan ng ating mga kababayan, pati na rin ang kanilang karapatan na mamuhay sa isang bahay at komunidad na mapayapa at may dignidad.
Dapat tayong maghalal ng isang leader na bukas sa kritisismo, mungkahi at hindi pagre-red tag ang solusyon kapag pinupuna. Isang leader na magbibigay halaga sa boses ng kabataan, kababaihan at taong bayan.
Ngayon na nasa gitna pa rin tayo ng pandemya, nais ko rin aksyonan ng ating mga lider ang paglaan at pagkaroon ng sapat na suportang pinansyal o budget para sa ligtas na pagbalik natin lahat sa ating mga paaralan at academic spaces.
Ating nakikita ang kahalagahan ng pagkakaroon ng mga leader na magbibigay prioridad sa edukasyon ng bansa.
Bilang isang working student, nais kong magkaroon ng edukasyong ligtas, abot kaya at dekalidad. Yung edukasyong siyentipiko, science-based, makabansa at makamasa. Yung hindi ko na kailangan pagsabayin yung pag-aaral at pagtatrabaho para lang may maipambayad sa tuition fee.
We need to promote our education institutions as a zone of peace by opposing any kind of military interventions.
Sana ay magbigay pa ng suporta sa mga student organization.
Isa sa mga importante ay pagdedepensa sa akademikong kalayaan or academic freedom of all education institutions. We need to elect leaders that will fight for the democratic rights of the students and the youth.
Mga leader na magbibigay ng sapat na budget allocation sa pagpapatayo ng mga paaralan at infrastruktura na gagamitin para sa lumulubong populasyon ng ating mga mag-aaral.
Maglaan ng pondo sa mga trainings at seminars para sa mga teachers upang maiangat ang kalidad ng pagtuturo ng mga guro sa ating bansa.
Budget para sa emergency cases kagaya na lamang noong pandemic kung saan milyon-milyon sa ating mga kabataan ang naging parte ng out-of-school youth dahil na rin sa kahirapan, kawalan ng sources at kawalan ng internet connection sa mga remote areas.
Ang edukasyon ay isang karapatan at dapat na gumagawa ng paraan ang gobyerno para hindi ito nagbumuka o maging isang pribilehiyo kung saan ang nagkakaroon lang ng access to education o quality education ay yung mga may pera o yung may mga kakayahan lang.
May pandemya man o wala, nararapat lamang ng edukasyon ay inklusibo at natatamasa ng lahat ng kabataan at nakabatay sa kalagayan ng kanilang komunidad.
Walang may iwan atin ang Pilipinas.
Okay, and we're back. Okay, so happy yung mga napanood ng viewers natin. Those videos were shown during our Atin ng Pilipinas town halls. And what you watched are the videos on human rights and on education. But right now, we'll focus on human rights first.
Right, so we have with us today, baka you saw him in the video also, from iDefend, we have Jay De Jesus. He's the National Coordinator of iDefend. Welcome, Jay.
Hi, magandang hapon. Magandang hapon sa lahat ng mga nakatutok dito sa coverage ng Rappler.
All right. So, Jay, you know, I want to ask, because here during the Duterte administration, human rights was really a sore point, diba? So even with the ICC investigations going on, human rights was a big thing that a lot of Filipinos criticized Duterte for. So I want to ask, how did this affect the way Filipinos chose their candidates? Did it figure in at all in their decision-making process when choosing their next leaders?
Ando dun yung seed, actually. May yung sinimula ng mga human rights defenders, ng human rights community na pag-educate sa mga tao. I think tumatak naman yon. Marami sa mga nakausap namin actually yung tawag dito, yung gusto nila makita na yung susunod na leader ay makakapagbigay ng hustisya para sa mga naging collateral damage ng war on drugs. Marami din sa mga nakausap namin yung magkaroon ng malinaw na plano sa pagtugon sa pandemya, yung mga manggagawa na nawalan ng mga trabaho, ng hanap buhay, gusto nila na matugunan yung mga yon. So, I think nandoon yung idea na dapat yung election na ito ay magluwal ng mga bagong leader na kumikilala talaga sa human rights, sa karapatang pantao ng mamamayan. Siguro, hindi lang conscious yung mga tao na gamitin yung terms na human rights, pero ang lahat ng mga sinasabi nila ay usapin ng karapatang pantao, yung usapin ng corruption, usapin ng mga saan napunta yung pera, ng PhilHealth, ng yung pera na inutang natin, na dapat ay para sa pagtugon sa pandemya. So, may mga ganong idea yung mga tao. May mga ganon silang tinitignan sa papaano nilang pipiliin yung mga leader na nangangako sa kanila at nagbebenta ng kanilang sarili sa mga botante. Pero of course, from time to time, medyo kinakain ng mga bangayan, ng mga patutsadahan ng mga kandidato, yung ding mga arguments ng ng mga botante. Kaya malaki din yung conscious effort din ng human rights community na ibalik doon sa usapin ng mamamayan, sa usapin ng ating lipunan, yung dapat na pagtingin sa mga kandidato ngayon.
Okay. Jay, ang iDefend, your organization has been very active in the human rights scene, especially in the past 6 years, kasi talagang attacked ang human rights advocacy dito, and even the defenders talagang ina-attack dito. There were several times that iDefend have been coordinating with the families of the victims of EJK. So far, in your conversations with them, kamusta yung perspective nila? Ano yung expectations nila for the next administration? Especially when we're talking about accountability. You're also helping these families, no, dito sa pag-file sa International Criminal Court. So what are the chances? What are their perspectives and expectations?
Malaki talaga yung pag-asa ng mga families of victims na matutugunan yung kanilang call for justice. Kasi gusto nila na magkaroon talaga ng hustisya yung mga naging pagpatay sa kanilang mga kamag-anak. Isa nga yun actually sa mga main call ng mga families of victims at saka ng mga organizations under iDefend na direktang tumutulong sa mga communities yung talagang paano maa-address ng susunod na administrasyon yung pagpapanagot sa kasalukuyang administrasyon, sa kasalukuyang gobyerno, sa kanilang kasalanan sa mga mamamayan, yung kanilang pagpapalaganap ng kultura ng karahasan, yung kultura ng pagpatay, papaano talaga merong makukulong sa mga nag-utos o gumawa ng policy na ito ng pagpatay sa mga mamamayan. So yun talaga, nakasentro yun, yung accountability issue para doon sa susunod na administrasyon, dapat matiyak na mapanagot itong lahat ng mga nagkasala sa mamamayan sa kasalukuyang rehimen.
Right, so parang siyang the right to fair trial, the right to justice. So having said that, what will defending human rights look like for the next administration?
Definitely, we're hoping na kaya natin ulit palakihin yung espasyo for our struggle, for the human rights struggle, yung kailangan magkaroon ulit ng isang gobyerno na makikinig, rerespeto, kikilala sa karapatan ng bawat isang mamamayan, yung uunahin yung interes ng ating mga kababayan, yung magkakaroon tayo ng kahit papaano ay espasyo para makipag-usap muli sa ating mga ahensya ng gobyerno para sabihin sa kanila ito yung nangyayari sa ground, ito yung tingin namin na alternative, ito yung nangyayaring pagtugon. So, paano natin iaayos ito? At the same time, syempre, matigilan yung mga policies na tinatawag namin kill policies na patuloy na tumatapak sa mga karapatan ng bawat isang mamamayan. The anti-terrorism law, yung patuloy na red tagging sa mga unti-unting nahahanap yung boses nila, yung tapang nila na magsalita tungkol sa mga nangyayari sa ating kapaligiran. So ito yung hope namin. Malaking hope talaga na sana muli nating maibalik yung spaces, yung democratic spaces na meron dapat ang mga mamamayan sa patungkol sa paggugobyerno.
Okay. Jay, let's talk about the Commission on Human Rights, or the CHR, kasi we all know the CHR has been one of the strongest allies of our human rights defenders for the past years. But just this week, no, on the 4th or 5th of May, the term of all commissioners ended already. So it's either Duterte, Happy, will be appointing, but hindi pa siya pasok, hindi pa pwede ngayon kasi may ban pa sa appointment. So it's either Duterte or the next president will be appointing. So from the side of I Defend and the other human rights defenders, what's the conversation regarding this? Especially new commissioners, new slate, lahat yan. So ano yung expectations nyo sa how we'll be working with the CHR in the next 6 years?
Una, syempre, again, we're hoping na yung matatalaga sa next commission ng CHR ay kakampi talaga ng mga mamamayan, kakampi ng mga human rights defenders sa pagtatambol ng mga usapin ng karapatang pantao. We're medyo, ano bang tawag doon, yung ayaw namin sana na ang maging unang gagawin ng mga human rights community pagdating ng bagong appointment ay mag-rally sa harapan ng CHR dahil sigurado na yung maa-appoint ay hindi magiging kakampi or hindi magdadala ng karapatang pantao. Pero syempre nakahanda lagi ang buong human rights community, ang buong I Defend na ipagtanggol itong karapatan natin na magkaroon ng isang komisyon na tiyak na kakampi natin na mag-uphold, magpoprotekta ng ating mga karapatan.
So, having said that, if we will be having a new leader of the CHR, what do you think they should be doing? Like, what would be the top 3 things that they should do as soon as the next administration starts?
Ang isa dyan, dapat yung makapag-call talaga, palakihin ulit yung call for pag-aasikaso dun sa mga kaso. Tignan natin kung hanggang saan natin kayang i-pursue na magkaroon ng mga domestic mechanisms, pagganahin yung ating justice system ng pabor sa hustisya, sa katarungan. At the same time, makatuwang ng human rights community na i-call yung government na bumalik sa Rome Statute, yung pagpasok natin muli sa ICC, yung pagkilala sa mga international mechanisms, yung pagiging totoo sa pag-engage natin sa United Nations Human Rights Council, yung pagbibigay ng tamang report, hindi minimislead yung international community sa mga datos na meron dito sa mga nangyayaring human rights violation dito sa bansa. Tapos syempre yung makatulong natin na tigilan, maputol na yung pangaharas sa mga organization sa ground, yung mga pag-red tag sa mga organisasyon sa iba't ibang lugar sa ating bansa. So, yun yung ilan sa mga gusto namin sana na makatuwang ang CHR. At the same time, syempre, maging priority ng susunod na administrasyon, tigilan ang lahat ng panggigipit sa mga human rights defenders.
Jay, let's talk about red tagging. Thank you so much for bringing that up. No, for the past years, from the state itself, from the communication side of the state, talagang na maximize nila, talagang ginagamit nila itong red tagging, even with the creation of the NTF-ELCAC. So with this red tagging, Jay, kahit sino man yung magiging next administration, how do we plan to make sure that this red tagging as a habit or as a culture of those in the state or even other kababayans natin, kasi parang na-normalize Diba? Kasi ganito yung messaging from the state. So siguro, some of our kababayans would feel na that's okay kasi nanggagaling sa state mismo. So what's our work around here, Jay? Paano natin, ano yung messaging dapat natin para masabi sa mga Pilipino na mali ito kasi dangerous itong red tagging?
Ang isa sa mga call ng iDefend ay talagang i-abolish ang NTF-ELCAC. At kung kaya din natin na i-scrap out ang anti-terror law or at least sa pinaka-minimum reviewin nito, tignan mabuti kung papaanong yung mga definitions, yung ilang mga articles under the law. Pero kailangan kasi talaga putulin siya makita na yung mga nilagay halimbawa sa NTF-ELCAC ay wala namang sila ngayon ang pinanggagalingan ng mga fake news di ba? Sila yung mga nang-mislead sa mga tao pagdating sa information. So, kailangan itong mga ito kung siguro at the very minimum i-reshuffle ba or tanggalin ang ilan sa mga taong nasa NTF-ELCAC. Tapos kailangan ng massive education. Bakit? Kailangan makita natin bakit nga kasi may mga taong unti-unti nagsasalita. Ano yung cause noong pagtindig ng mga tao? Hindi ito simpleng dahil lang sa nare-recruit ng kung sino-sino mga organisasyon, kung hindi tiyak kasing may mga nararanasan sa pang-araw-araw na buhay. So, sabi naman natin, even the issue ng war on drugs, kailangan i-address ano yung punot dulo ng problemang ito. Hindi lang siya dapat band-aid solution. So, itong mga ito, yung policies na ginawa, yung team na yan na ginawa nila, the NTF-ELCAC, ay wala namang ibang tinitingnan kung hindi yung mga particular na mga organisasyon at particular na mga tao. Subukan nilang tignan kung ano yung nagkukos ng problema sa ating bayan.
Okay, Jay, actually, sa'yo yung pinakamahirap na topic kasi maraming sakop ang human rights. In case we've all forgotten, in the height of the pandemic, of course, there was the shutdown of ABS-CBN. So we're talking about press freedom also, which is related to human rights. And then we also have the anti-terror law that was passed during the pandemic. So what's it gonna look like? How do we even begin to start addressing these issues with a new government upcoming?
Of course, tuloy-tuloy yung panawagan na talagang ipagtanggol at i-uphold yung press freedom dito sa ating bansa. Pagdating doon sa usapin na yon, kailangan yung susunod na administrasyon natin ay may pagkilala sa usapin ng impormasyon. Kasi yun naman yung ultimate, di ba, na parang role ng mga journalist, yung makapagpaabot ng impormasyon, ng tamang impormasyon sa ating mga kababayan. So, kailangan may pagkilala doon yung ating susunod na administrasyon. Sa usapin naman ng anti-terror law, kailangan kasi makita muna sino ba talaga yung kalaban ng natin bilang isang bayan, bilang isang bansa, bilang buong mamamayan. Ugatin natin yung problema ng kahirapan para naiiwasan natin yung mga, siguro, sabihin na natin, yung mga nagre-rebelde and all. Pero kailangan itong lahat ng ito ay makita at makonsider ng susunod na administrasyon para holistic yung kanilang approach. Hindi lang papatsi-patsi, hindi lang pa isa-isa yung nangyayari nilang mga resolution. Itong pandemya lang, isa sa mga ginawa, di ba, even during the lockdown, hindi natigil yung pang-abuso sa mga mamamayan. Marami yung mga naging biktima pa rin ng pagpatay. Marami yung mga naging biktima ng pagpapatahimik sa mga mamamayan na nagsasabi lang naman ng kanilang nararanasan sa kanilang mga localities or sa kanilang mga areas. So, may possibility kagad ng attack sa mga taong ito. Nare-red tag yung mga nagsasabi ng nangyayari sa barangay nila, sa community nila. So, doon lagi nakatingin yung gobyerno natin sa kasalukuyan ay ang laging response ay violence. So dapat yung susunod na administrasyon, dapat ang response ay care.
Yes.
Kailangan ang response nila ay yung pagtugon talaga sa ano yung sinasabi, pakikinig at pagtugon sa anong sinasabi ng mamamayan.
Jay, you mentioned very important points, no? Especially on going to the roots of the problem. Ano ba yung pinag-uugatan nitong mga problema na to? Why are there protest rallies? Why are there rebels, di ba? What's the main reason? Kasi may kakulangan sa services na nakukuha nila. So itong kind of perspective daw, yung sinasabi ni
Mas
ni Jay.
holistic siya.
Yes. Kumbaga parang hindi nandyan yung government para puro ano lang, parang lalabanan lang. Kailangan malaman muna bakit ba may mga lumalaban in the first place. But Jay, no, as we wrap up this interview, let's go back to EJ case. Kasi for the past 6 years, ito yung naging policy ng government. Nasabi mo kanina itong kill policy. And the numbers are glaring. And you have the likes of several Filipinos, like Kian de los Santos, di ba? As one of the victims of human rights in this administration. So the question is, as we move forward into a new administration, how do we make sure that their stories won't be forgotten and be used as a reminder to all of us that EJ case should not be there in the first place?
Tuloy-tuloy yung efforts ng buong IDFN and I think buong human rights community na yung pag-educate sa mga tao tungkol dito sa usapin na ito. Tuloy-tuloy yung pagtindig ng mga pamilya, ng mga biktima, yung mga communities na sinalanta ng war on drugs na ito para abutin yung mas maraming mamamayan. Hanggang international level nga ito eh. Kailangan sumabay yung gobyerno doon, yung susunod na administrasyon. Sabayan niya yung effort ng mamamayan na una yung pagtitiyak ng hustisya, pagtitiyak ng accountability, at yung pag-educate sa mamamayan ng ano nga kasing alternative na approach. Ano yung tamang pagtugon sa problema sa lumalalang droga dito sa ating bansa. So, siguro yung effort at papaano natin na make sure na hindi nakakalimutan itong mga bagay-bagay na ito na nangyari sa kasalukuyang administrasyon is further educate yung mga tao, ipaalam natin sa kanila na hanggang ngayon kalakhan, kung hindi man lahat ng mga kaso ay wala pang nakakamit na katarungan ang kanilang mga pamilya. Kailangan maintindihan natin pare-pareho na hindi lang ito mga numero, hindi lang ito mga pangalan, ito ay mga buhay na inagaw sa kanilang mga mahal sa buhay. Ito ay mga breadwinners na inagaw sa kanilang pamilya. Ito ay mga tao na may pangarap na gusto sanang magkaroon ng isang mas maayos na buhay. Pero dahil sa polisiya ng pagpatay ng kasalukuyang administrasyon, inagaw ang lahat ng ito. So wag nating kakalimutan yon at kasama lagi sa mga education drive ng IDFN yung pagpapaalam at patuloy na pagre-remind sa atin na kailangan samahan natin sila sa pagtuntun nila hanggang sa makamit nila yung katarungan.
Yeah, so we need to keep remembering, and I think that's really the challenge, and we see this right now with the campaign of this current election. It's really a challenge to our collective memory as Filipinos. So the challenge, as you mentioned, really is to how do we keep remembering this? So, you know, I think out of all our speakers, siguro kayong mga human rights defenders, you have the most at stake for this next election. Like what you said, human rights covers so many issues, and sometimes, like what you said, we don't even realize that what affect us is actually a human rights issue. Yeah. So having said that, as a human rights advocate, Jay, what is your message to the Filipinos, to our voters who will be voting tomorrow?
Nung nagsimula po yung campaign, yung buong campaign period, naglabas ang IDFend ng isang electoral human rights agenda. Tatlo yung highlight nito. Yung una, yung primacy of life and human dignity. Yung ikalawa ay yung usapin ng social justice o yung katarungang panlipunan. Ito yung lahat ng mga economic, social, cultural rights ng ating mga kababayan na kailangan tugunan. Yung mga sektor ng ating lipunan na may kanya-kanya mga usapin na hinaharap. At yung ikatlo ay yung accountability and the justice system. Tingin namin, itong tatlong ito ay napakahalaga na ma-address ng susunod na administrasyon. Tingin namin na lahat ng ito ay dapat maging priority ng ating gobyerno para mabuo natin yung isang human rights-based approach to governance. When we say na rights-based approach to governance, kailangan nakauna lagi yung aktwal na kalagayan ng ating mga kababayan at dapat buo yung plano ng ating gobyerno. Dapat komprehensibo nilang makikita yung usapin sa ating bayan, sa ating bansa. Kaya sana maging panuntunan natin ito, dala-dala natin ito bukas sa ating pagpunta sa mga presinto, sa mga voting places natin para maisip natin para kanino talaga tayo bumoboto. Ito ay hindi lang para sa atin, ito ay hindi lang para sa mga taong nabubuhay ngayon. Ito ay para sa mga iluluwal pa ng mga mamamayan sa mga susunod pang henerasyon. Siguro mga ilang panahon na naririnig natin, isang araw lang yung butukan, pero hindi lang isang araw yung epekto nito.
Correct.
Ito ay magkakaroon ng epekto 30 years from now, 50 years from now, yung mga policy na gagawin ng mga mauupo sa pwesto, lahat yun ay magkakaroon ng epekto sa buong mamamayan sa matagalang panahon. Kaya kailangan natin maisip na yung boto natin, bagamat isa lang ito sa bawat tao, ito ay mahalaga para matiyak natin na magkakaroon nga talaga ng tunay na esensya ng demokrasya, tunay na esensya ng pagkilala para sa karapatang pantao ng bawat isang Pilipino, siya man ay nabubuhay na o isisilang pa lamang. Kailangan yung pagboto natin ay magmumula sa pag-asa na magkakaroon tayo ng maayos na bukas. At pagmamahal natin, hindi lang sa sarili, sa pamilya, sa kapwa, kung hindi sa bayan. Gusto kong i-take yung opportunity din, ang iDefend po ay nag-launch ng isang reporting mechanism sa aming website. Puntahan nyo lamang po yung idefend.ph/election-violence. Pwede po kayo mag-report ng lahat ng mga paglabag sa karapatang pantao bukas at sa mga susunod pa siguro mga araw. Iniisip namin na yung mga makakalap na mga report mula dito sa ating reporting mechanism ay maipasa natin sa Commission on Human Rights or maibahagi sa ating mga kapatid na media para magkaroon ng impormasyon ng lahat na kung ano yung mga nangyayari sa iba't ibang probinsya, iba't ibang syudad, munisipalidad ng ating bansa sa panahon ng pagboto.
Okay, Jay, definitely we will reach out to you regarding that portal kung meron mga incidences on the ground against human rights starting tomorrow up until this very crucial week. Once again, nakapanayam natin the National Coordinator of iDefend, Jay De Jesus. So, thank you so much. Happy. Yan ang ating first conversation. But now we head on to the conversation on education. We have here the Public Relations Manager of one of our most active partners in Rappler na walang iba kundi ang dakila. Welcome to the program, Floyd Kyoganko. Floyd, good evening.
Hello. Good evening. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's
Happy Mother's Day.
Sila ng mga ma'am.
Yes, correct. Mother's Day nga pala today. Hello.
Yes.
So, thank you very much, Floyd, for
Salamat.
joining us. I think we'll go straight to it. So, education, this is also actually a human right.
Yes.
So, education, actually, one of the presidential candidates, VP Leni Robredo, she always mentions that we actually have an education crisis in the country. Can you tell us more about this? Do you agree? Do we have an education crisis? What are the indicators for this?
Yeah. Para sa amin sa Dakila, there is an education crisis dahil makikita mo pa lang na during the pandemic, di ba, sobrang nahirapan ang ating mga guro, ang ating mga bata sa pagkatuto. May gap doon sa technology, ultimong load ng teacher, ultimong pang data ng bata, kailangan pang ikayod ng mga magulang. Nangyari yun during the pandemic. At nasa pandemic pa rin tayo. So, nagtutuloy-tuloy lang yun, kaya may crisis. At the same time, isa ring malaking indicator ng education crisis sa bansa ay ang matinding paglaganap ng disinformation. Di ba parang during the whole campaign, ang dami natin nakikitang false news, false information na kumakalat on TikTok, on YouTube, na even mga kababayan natin ay hindi na ito binabasa, hindi na ito pina-fact check, hindi na ito kina-clarify. At indicator yon na may kakulangan sa atin sa edukasyon na dapat tugunan ng bagong administrasyon.
Okay. Floyd, palalimin pa natin discussion on education. You agree that there is an education crisis and you also mentioned that there is disinformation. Laganap ngayon, matindi yung disinformation. I mean, that's one of the reasons. That's why we have Facts First PH right now, no? One of our initiatives to debunk lies and share facts. But on disinformation, let's talk about the books being used in schools. And one of the criticisms here, Happy and Floyd, na kulang yung conversations about the the violence or what really happened during martial law. So,
Yes.
Floyd, how do you think should the next administration deal with this particular issue?
Yeah. Nung habang nag-aaral ako nung high school, naalala ko yung mga ganung may mga maiiksi lang na chapters sa libro na okay, martial law ay nangyari at ano siya, madugo siya, ganyan. Pero ngayon, ang dami ng mga bata na hindi alam na madugo nga ang martial law. And I think at sa Dakila, naniniwala kami na ang next administration ay dapat ayusin yung buong education system at yung mga libro mag-imprenta ng mga bagong impormasyon dahil yung impormasyon naman ay nandiyan na at lumalago pa ito. I remember even sa grammar, sa ilang aspect ng mga libro natin, may mga maling words na ginagamit, multiple choices, medyo weird yung mga sasagutan and with martial law. That's why in Dakila we have the Activista Center. Yung Activista Center, yun yung education arm ng Dakila. And with regards to martial law and with the Marcoses, nandyan yung mga educational materials namin. Recently, nag-publish kami ng para clear yun yung maliwanag na paliwanag sa mga isyong panlipunan. And nilabas namin na yes, the Marcoses were convicted at totoong nangyari ang mga martial law at maraming pinatay during that time. And ngayon, hanggang ngayon ay pinapalabas pa rin namin sa website ng The Kingmaker. It's part of our effort to educate people on martial law at talagang counter at i-combat natin yung historical revisionism na talamak sa social media, even sa on ground, 'di ba? May makakausap ka, ang sabi nung guard na kausap ko, bakit po si ano ganito? Kasi napanood ko sa TikTok ganito, napanood ko sa YouTube. So yung mga ganong bagay ang i-correct natin habang kaya pa nating i-correct at tomorrow we will be voting and we will be deciding sino nga talaga dapat ang umupo sa next.
Floyd, Happy will be asking more later about TikTok and YouTube. But I want to chime in first about the conversations on martial law or any significant occurrence in the past. Kasi when the youth right now, when they talk about martial law, di ba, Happy, parang the usual clapback of other more senior people. They say na you weren't there. Di ba? Parang how would you know? Why are you saying this? So how do we make the statements or how do we make it clear to all people na whether or not you were living during that time, na what you are learning in school are actually valid?
Yeah, I think hindi naman kailangan na mabuhay ka. I mean, ang hirap, actually ang hirap nun ipaunawa sa mga tao dahil nagigets namin sa dakilat kung saan sila nagagalit. Pero truth is not up for debate. Alam mo yon, hindi ang katotohanan ay nandyan, hindi mo siya kailangang tingnan perspectively na okay sa akin ganito yung katotohanan. Ang katotohanan ay katotohanan. So at ang dami ng materials, pelikula man yan, articles, libro na nagsasabing nangyari ito at so actually sobrang amazing na yung mga bata ngayon kahit yun ang sinasabi sa kanila at kahit hindi man kasi ako mismo hindi ko rin naman naranasan ng martial law, but I know for a fact because of so many accounts na nandiyan. I mean, nandiyan ang CHR para magpatunay na may mga biktima during martial law ay malaking pagkilala sa kasaysayan na yes, nangyari siya at hindi mo kailangang mabuhay I mean, gusto ba nating mabuhay during that time? No. So, kailangan nating i-counter lagi na hindi mo kailangan mabuhay sa isang pagkakataon na para lang maramdaman at malaman na nangyari siya at mali yung nangyaring yun.
Right. Actually, Floyd, what was really interesting for me is how you identified disinformation as a main indicator that there's an education crisis. May kulang sa critical thinking. And then, especially now, we have YouTube, TikTok. I think this is this presidential election, first time na may TikTok. Walang TikTok nung 2016, not that popular at least, di ba? So, malaking bagay yon. How is the education sector responding to this? Are they doing enough? Are they moving fast enough?
I think hati kasi yung disinformation sobrang talamak talaga. Pero on our end sa educators, may mga professors, may mga tao sa academe na nagpo-post actually ng TikTok videos, ng YouTube videos, even kami, may mga historians, si Xiao Chua, sila Alvin Campomanes na nagsasalita against it sa disinformation na kumakalat. So, ang feeling ko ang kailangan nating bantayan at gawin ay pagtuloy-tuloy lang, follow through doon sa mga nagawa na natin dahil hindi naman natatapos yung issue ng disinformation after the elections eh. Dahil sinimulan yon ng current administration at it has been 6 years na ginagawa yon, sobrang hirap na if another 6 years, ganun pa rin yung problemahin natin, kailan pa natin siya mapupuksa, kundi dapat right after the elections, tuloy-tuloy lang, ang dami pa rin nating ilalabas na fact-checking materials, mga nagpapatunay na ang mga sinabi ng isang kandidato, ang sinabi ng mga supporters ng isang kandidato ay hindi totoo. So tuloy-tuloy lang yung pag-fact check.
Okay, Floyd, in less than 11 hours, magbubukas na ang mga presinto. Sorry.
Nagpa-countdown na kanina.
Nagpa-countdown. Totoo, 11 hours na lang. It's only 11 hours. So, okay. So, what is your message, Floyd, to our voters, especially the young ones? Ang laki ng percentage ng mga young voters dito sa mga first-time voters natin, and probably, hopefully, it could make a difference in the results by 7 p.m. onwards tomorrow. So, what is your message, Floyd?
Yes, actually, sobrang proud ako sa mga kabataan na tumitindig ngayong eleksyon. The youth comprises 56% of the voting population. So kung yung 56% na yon ay tumindig para sa katotohanan, tumindig para sa kalayaan, sa ating karapatan, at sa maayos na gobyerno, mananalo tayo. Pero ang hiling ko lang din sa mga kabataan, ang hiling namin ay huwag mapagod. Kasi itong election na to, for sure, ang dami ng anxious. Sarabi mo nga 11 hours to go. So, acknowledge na nandoon yung excitement at yung fear for the future. Pero nandito tayo para patuloy na kumilos at patuloy na mag-organize at mag-educate at mangampanya sa pamamagitan ng pagsusulong ng katotohanan. Kasi at the end of the day, after the elections, we still stand by our belief na ang katotohanan ang magwawagi at yung panahon ng kadiliman ay matatapos na.
Okay.
So, thank you, Floyd, for joining us today. That was Floyd Tiogangco, the Public Relations Manager of Dakila. So, maraming salamat, Floyd, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Patuloy ang coverage natin for the 2022 presidential elections.
Pero happy, syempre, di ba, basically, mga pinag-uusapan natin this today is you really need to be a good Filipino. Di ba?
Yes.
But how?
And to be, you must believe first.
Believe?
Diba? Believe in the good so you can be the good. Diba? Yan actually yung
May
nakasulat
shirt
sa
mo.
t-shirt. Sa
Parang gusto ko
t-shirt
niyan.
ko. Actually, if you remember in the acceptance speech of the Nobel Peace Prize of Maria Ressa, she put up that shirt and she had the same message. Diba? Believe in the good. In order to be the good, you must believe in the good. So if you also want a shirt like this, yes, segue, we have a Rappler shop and people in the Philippines and the US can buy this shirt. We have a white version and a black version. We have it in dry fit. So especially for those of you na
Very active.
Yes, may active lifestyle.
Lalo na yung sinabi ni Floyd na dapat maging active tayo, maging consistent tayo.
yes,
Kasi
exactly.
yun yung thing minsan na alam mo yun na parang super active tayo pero nagdiningas kugon after. Dapat tuloy-tuloy.
Tuloy-tuloy.
Oo.
So ayun, meron na kayong dry fit shirt. So order lang kayo from our official Rappler shop. You can go to rplr.co/bethegood. And all the proceeds of the shirt, of course, go and support the independent journalism of Rappler. Ayan.
Okay.
May pa-plug pa tayo.
Yeah. So please join us in continuing the conversation online and offline. But if online, please use our official hashtags. #WeDecide, #PHVote, and #PHVoteWatch. And please bookmark also our Rappler's election coverage site. That is ph.rappler.com. So there you have it. Later on, we'll be talking about the environment.
Yes.
That's the last
The final
agenda point in the 5-point agenda of Atin ng Pilipinas. Once again, I'm Jules Gia.
And my name is Happy Ferrarin from Rappler Plus. This has been the Community Corner.
See you later.
We want to thank Krista Escudero of our digital communications team for joining us earlier. And with us now is Rappler's CEO and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Maria Ressa. Maria, so big picture first. What's the disinformation landscape abroad? Do you see this scorched landscape finding some respite with the legislation that's being put in place worldwide?
No, not yet. It's going to come too late for us, unfortunately. But just 2 weeks ago, you had the EU passing its Democracy Action Plan. You had the Digital Services Act just passed, and then the Digital Markets Act. But look, the information landscape is identical to what we're going through. In fact, part of the reason I think there's so much interest in the Philippines right now is this is an emblematic elections. You know, what role will disinformation play? It's kind of coming at us in slow motion, but for the rest of the world, they're really shocked at how a Marcos, 36 years later, is the front runner for president. I mean, think of if it's Germany and Adolf Hitler had a son, his namesake, and could it be in the same situation? That's the biggest question that I keep getting asked all the time. I think to just say what it is, right? Bottom up, top down. Same thing used in Crimea in 2014 by Russia, which is you pound to silence, suppress a narrative, repress, and then replace. Seed a meta-narrative, and over time, let it grow. It actually shows you that perhaps these differences of state, of culture, don't matter as much as what we all have in common, which is our biology. That's what's being manipulated.
I mean, that's interesting because right now, of course, the front runner is Bongbong Marcos Jr. So I'm curious, to hear your thoughts. How would a Marcos sitting in Malacanang affect the fight versus disinformation here in the Philippines?
Oh my gosh, what an interesting question. How would it? Well, the proponent, I mean, this is as early as 2014. This is Rappler data has shown that as early as 2014, these networks of disinformation began to sprout. And in 2019, we did a 3-part series that actually gave the data publicly. This data is now, there's 7 disinformation research groups that are part of Facts First PH, and that data is available. Look, we're seeing doublespeak. We're seeing gaslighting. We're seeing things that are so new that sometimes it took us months to years to figure out what exactly was happening. A Marcos in the palace would take the kinds of information operations that have been going on perhaps to new levels. He has continuously denied having any army, having any social media information operations. And yet you have somebody like the Cambridge Analytica whistleblower, Brittany Kaiser, actually name the Marcoses. I have seen email messages with several people. So it's one word against another. Marcos himself when he says that name one, find them. He's very literal,
Yeah.
right? He'll say, I have a call center. But that's not actually what information operations are. You don't need a call center anymore. So it's deflection, denial, that really moves the facts and truth away from the public limelight. And then you have to ask, how can the media do our jobs in that environment? It's been difficult for Leanne. And I think the last part is, how can you hold a government like that accountable?
Jumping off from that, Maria, di ba, parang Lian has written about this also, and she's witnessed it and been in the middle of it literally, how they push media away. I tweeted earlier, diba, literally they run away from our questions. We don't even get to ask questions like, why is this, how is this connected to the disinformation, or why is this an important, is it an important part of the
crucial.
effort? Yeah.
It's crucial. And it's not just in the Philippines. I just came from Geneva speaking to one of the Brazilian journalists who was literally beaten up by the security of Bolsonaro, Jair Bolsonaro. Jair Bolsonaro, very interesting because he was a fringe far-right figure dragged into mainstream by YouTube. And when he took power, he did very similar things, push the media away, and then create his own. This is the other reason why social media should be held to account, because in many ways, not only are we attacked traditional journalists with standards and ethics manuals, that platform is used to tear down our credibility, to also pound us to silence. That hasn't worked yet for us, so thank God. But at the same time, we're replaced. Right? Look at a group like SMNI, for example. It takes the form of news. It kind of looks like this, right? People talk, and it has the form of it, but not the substance. And in this day and age, people can't tell the difference. Sana I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, John.
Well, I can't say that because, in fact, I think that's exactly what's happening. This replacement, that's part of the strategy. I think that's the reason why Ferdinand Marcos Jr. can dare people to say, find out the truth about the Marcoses, because they have this infrastructure of disinformation already in place. Waiting like a trap for people to.
And that's exactly, like today we just published the data that looks at the campaigns, the social media campaigns of the candidates. And if you look at the way the Marcos campaign was run on social media, our team, our research team called it Fortress Marcos. You get pulled in, it's like a black hole that will keep you in. You want to know where their wealth is, there's the Taliano gold. You want to know what will happen and how you will get the money back, there's more. And it's an interconnected, it's not just Facebook. So there's a YouTube video or a TikTok video that is distributed on Facebook that is connected to, it's the entire infrastructure of the internet.
That's right.
Just like Russian disinformation, you're even getting the kinds of form of think tanks that aren't think tanks, academics who aren't academics, right? You're building, it's like Imelda's old, when they were still in power and she put up fake walls in Manila
right.
Bay.
That's
You remember
right.
this? So now it's like in the information ecosystem, there's a think tank that's completely new, but you have a website you can go to, but it doesn't really do anything. There's an academic that has a title, but hard to see the track record. So you're building an infrastructure that is part of this fortress that makes it seem real, but in the end, is not.
Right. So, I mean, the picture you're painting right now sounds pretty bleak. Right? How do we start this, reclaim some of that space online?
So part of the problem is that it isn't any of our doing. We can't do anything about it, which is part of the reason I think I've spent most of the last 2 years really demanding legislation. And some people will think that's dangerous. But part of the problem is that this technology is so potent that it is literally, it's like infecting us with a virus of lies. And when you get infected, you stay in this fortress. It's hard. It's like radicalization of terrorists. You have to get de-radicalized, and that has never worked really in the past. Right? It takes a long time. So So the first is legislation. Put guardrails on the tech. Why? Because this tech makes more money, and by design, it actually spreads lies laced with anger and hate over facts. It doesn't make a distinction between fact and fiction and prioritizes the spread of lies. This is an MIT study from 2018, but there's a lot more that plays with our biology again. And if you can, so here's the last irony of this is that the world's largest delivery platform for news is Facebook. And yet, it's biased against facts because it makes more money and keeps you scrolling longer if you are angry, if you are hateful, if you believe in a conspiracy theory. So this attention economy that it's created actually pushes all your buttons in your emotions to moral outrage. When you have that outrage, what does that turn into? It turns online to mob rule. When you have online violence, it seeps right into real world violence, which is what happened in Myanmar, in India, in many countries around the world. All right, I'll shut up. Sorry.
It's an interesting point you raise, and I think I want to use it to segue into this question I have in my mind. So looking back at the last 90 days, with social media being such a huge factor in this election, in terms of campaign strategy, which campaign you think hit the right approach for its candidate?
In terms of social media?
Social media and in general.
Oh, definitely the Unity Alliance. I mean, like, di ba, parang, I said this earlier also, no, parang a lot of us laughed at the whole concept of Unity lang yung platform ninyo. Pero parang, kumbaga jokes on us kasi when you go to the rallies, nag-resonate siya eh. And it obviously reflects din sa numbers, at least sa opinion polling, right? So, and then eventually saw the other campaigns reclaiming the unity narrative. Na ito yung totoong unity. This is parang you see, like, especially the Robredo campaign din, diba? When the endorsements came in from a very diverse set of people, diba? From traditional politicians to progressive groups to the religious organizations. Parang they try to label it as the true unity. Na parang ito, nagbubuklod-buklod kung sino-sino na mga, bukod pa sa mga volunteers nila. So, and then on top of that, yun nga, years of disinformation, kumbaga ito yung mga tinanim na ng network ni Marcos Jr. So, ang hirap niyang kalaban, kasi yun nga, parang years in the making. Plus, bukod pa yun, natumbok nila kaagad na ito yung message na bebenta sa electorate for 2022.
I want to home in on the narrative concerning the so-called golden age of the Marcos era. When you talk to ordinary people, it's so deeply ingrained. Almost all the people you talk to believe somehow in that kind of narrative. And since 2016, I've been writing about it. I've been researching about it. This specific myth of the Marcoses concerning the golden age has existed way before, but it's been amplified in recent years.
This used to be fringe lang. Fringe lang to dati.
Exactly. But realizing now, I mean, looking back, I blame primarily the education system, how we have failed to teach history, especially Philippine history and martial law history in the basic education system. But the failures of the basic education system have been amplified by the disinformation ecosystem. So I think these two things need to be addressed. In other countries, they have been teaching young kids in elementary and high school to fight back against the tidal wave of disinformation. Finland, I think, is in their curriculum. We need that. Otherwise, we cannot inoculate our population from other myths in the future.
I'm not so sure it's possible. So here's, I
At
mean,
this point.
look, I would love that to happen, but there's two systems of thinking of human beings. This is where it plays with our biology. Daniel Kahneman wrote a book called Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow. Thinking fast is emotional. Thinking slow is where journalism, where democracy, where governance happens. You're thinking slow in terms of education and stopping them, but our biology, the amygdala, which is what's being pounded, is emotional. So moral outrage is emotional. Even the thing of getting gold back, the Taliana gold, right? All of this. I had a friend who just walked in and was in a neighborhood, a foreign correspondent, who just said, they all believe that they're going, if Marcos wins, it's almost like, it's diabolically brilliant, actually, if you think about it. If you're on ice slipping, you're supposed to gas it up and turn into the crash, and that's how you regain control. And that's exactly what happened here. They admitted, we got the money, and if we win, you get it back. But there's plausible deniability. He didn't say it, and it's visceral, especially if you don't have a job.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing that's different also. The gap, our institutions are extremely weak. The gap between the rich and poor is huge. And
we're still trying to recover from the pandemic.
And hope, I guess, is the last part. Okay, we're like depressing ourselves, but
no. Well, actually, I wanted to comment on what JC said. And this is in relation to an earlier question of yours. I mean, what can we expect under a second Marcos presidency in terms of disinformation? I think we are going to look at the mainstreaming of their narrative. They're going to change how we understand our history. Maybe we'll give them 3 years. I'll give them 3 years, but in 3 years' time, I mean, we'll be talking about. I mean, right now we look at what Marcoleta says in their campaigns, in their sorties, and think, wow, that's really extreme. You know, hitting on the people power revolution as an aberration of Philippine history. But I think we're going to be seeing that. However, Marie, I do have a question for you. I mean, legislation really is an important thing, but if we suffer under a second Marcos presidency, maybe legislation is not possible. How can we then reclaim part of the space? I mean, can we, for instance, engage in critical collaboration with the platforms? I mean, is that even? I mean, if legislation is not on the table, what else can we?
Well, with the Philippine, the problem is really not ours to begin with, right? Chris Wiley, the Cambridge Analytica whistleblower, said this is colonialism never died; it just moved online. And so this is actually a problem. When I was talking about legislation, it's not within the Philippines; it's globally, right? It's technically, you can say that the U.S. has abdicated responsibility for these American tech platforms because that's where it began. Now that you have TikTok, well, that's a different ballgame, right? It's even more addictive because it doesn't.
I would not recommend opening a TikTok account.
So it's so interesting. But you know, the fast growth, it's doubled the growth of Facebook right now, right? But it's only at about 39 million. Facebook is at about 83 to 85 million. So I think the first is, it's not us. And then the second thing is that we still talk about it like it's content because that's what we know. But in the end, it's this algorithmic amplification. It's the distribution. It's not a free speech issue. It's a distribution issue. And this algorithm, I always say algorithm is opinion in code. It's like taking an editor, taking John, multiplying him 1,000,000 times. So let's just say, okay, let me take an editor who makes one mistake, drops it in code, and then replicates that 1,000,000 times. That's what it is. The machine will carry out the opinion in code. But this algorithmic amplification is actually carrying out instructions from the actual model, which is surveillance capitalism. Sorry, very geeky, right? But what this means is that everything you put in here, you go and you put in a post, we're here together, we post this stuff. Machine learning comes in and takes every single post you've ever done to the time when you started on Facebook and builds a model of you, a predictive model.
Yeah.
So it will build a model of you, knows your secrets, because over time, that's what you have. Like the Minority Report, right? Remember the movie? We're in it. And what it does is that model of you is now owned. It's like you gave away your soul to your personal life. And then that model of you is taken up by artificial intelligence, and that's the mother lode that determines who gets what. Like, so this is only the operating system. Micro-targeting will then determine your weakest moment to a message and feed it to you. And the five of us around the table may get like, this is the reality, but Bea, because of her age group and where she went to school, will be told this is vodka. John, because of your age group, and you'll be told this is water. You know, but I mean, and we won't know the difference. We won't know that's the reality we're living in. I always actually just say that, like, and here's the last part is we're all mildly addicted, because it's physiologically, it's changing us. It's mild. So the closest, sorry, last thing I'll say on this is like, it's like, think how we are powering the matrix. Like we're the human batteries, because that's what's powering the platforms, our data. But that we are all in this fantasy world where we're playing out our own Truman shows. How do you have a democracy? How do you solve the problems? So anyway, the question is that the legislation is attacking the surveillance capitalism model and the algorithmic amplification. So that's the European action plan. The UK's legislation is still kind of, there's some problems because it's still focusing down here. But in the US, you have attorney generals in each of the states who are actually now starting to hold the platforms to account. The slower they go, the worse it will get.
Right. Well, that's a preview kind of things to come. But I think
Hopefully not.
Wait, there's hope. No, there's hope.
No, and I think on the point of hope, I think, you know, in the Philippines at least, we see all these things playing out, but we're also contributing to solutions, hopefully, of how to fix the system that we're confronted with. Still on the big picture and still on solutions, you know, jobs and the economy are also one of the top concerns that voters cared about based on early polls. JC, I'm interested in hearing some of your thoughts about on which candidates might have addressed that, but more importantly, which of their messages really resonated with that concern.
Yes, Fia, actually, that's one of the more frustrating aspects of this election cycle. There's little to talk about when it comes to economic policies. Very few
Except the 4 elements of the GDP.
the 2022 round policy of Pacquiao.
Yeah.
But kidding aside, that's one thing that economists, for example, are grappling with. There's little to talk about. Well, VP Robredo, for example, as early as late last year, has been talking of a more comprehensive plan. But other than that, well, actually, at this point, most of the candidates have converged on the same platform, coming back from the throes from the nadir of the pandemic recession that, back in 2020, the economy shrank by 10%, and then, of course, creating jobs, helping small businesses. That's kind of standard among all the candidates right now, and there's little variation across all of them. But I think among them, VP Robredo still has the more complete and detailed plan, and that is backed by the track record that she has shown in the past couple of years. So, yeah.
The Unity Mall, I mean, lately lang naglabas ng, I can't even call it, they call it a platform, but like it's hard, you can't find a document talaga, at least it's not available to us, no? Na, kasi all of the other candidates did release like talagang maps and documents na laying out what their plan for the economy or healthcare is. Yung kay Bongbong Marcos Jr. dinaan sa videos. So meron siyang short videos na yung natandaan ko lang, I might be missing some, pero one of the things that he's been highlighting was tourism. Pero again, parang nabanggit ko rin kahapon, focus tayo dito. Lahat naman ng kandidato na pagkapangulo ata, sinasabi na we have to focus on tourism kasi malaking potential ng Pilipinas nun. But he hasn't really told us because nga he doesn't grant a lot of doesn't grant ambush interviews at all. Very selective siya sa media na he entertains. Wala pang mga fine details na parang, okay, anong part ng tourism yung tututukan natin? I think he's vaguely mentioned parang airports, i-improve yung airports. For example din, yung touching on the pandemic recovery, parang yung catchphrase niya ay jabs to jobs. Pero yung nauna actually na nag-mention nun, si Sara Duterte, bago pa man nag-start si Bongbong Marcos magbanggit ng mga plano niya sa tourism, internet infrastructure, si Sara pa yung nauna. Yun nga yung irony siguro nun na parang, paano, like, how will a vice presidential candidate dictate the platform? Hindi naman dapat yun. So yun, it's also it is very frustrating. Like kahit ako, minsan ako naiisip ko at sinasabi ko rin kay Lia na parang kulang ba tayo? Bakit parang hindi natin, did we miss a document? Like why don't we know these things? Kasi if you look at Mara or Aika, like they already know the plans of their candidates or the lack thereof kung may mga butas-butas man. Yung sa amin medyo it took towards the end na lang na, okay, ito yung mga catchphrase nila sa mga plano nila. So parang...
Isn't that on purpose so that there's...
It probably is. Because there's no, like, so because walang inilahad, wala kang tanong.
And there's no accountability.
Some of the lingering questions, and there's really so much to keep talking about, but I think, it's been 90 days long for some, short for some, not enough time. What are your last thoughts on this election season, how it might change the political landscape going forward? Maybe we can start with JC.
Yes, well, I just wanted to highlight as well that many think tanks and many business organizations have expressed their concerns about, for example, Marcos Jr. presidency, about the lack of a vision, about the lack of policies, and comparing that with that of Vice President Leni Robredo, who has been clearer, more forthright when it comes to her intentions, when it comes to the economy. And it's really a pivotal moment for the Philippine economy. We're still on shaky ground, and we still have a lot to do. For example, to bring back jobs. We're experiencing right now a 3-year high inflation rate to boot, and then unemployment. For example, we need someone who has an economics background at the very least, or understands these economic issues. And without that kind of skill, that technical knowledge, it will be very difficult for the Philippine economy to recover what we have lost in the past years. And many business people are already saying that they are planning to exit the Philippines, to look for, to put their money in other countries. When, for example, Marcos Jr. Becomes president. So it's very worrisome. It's make or break, essentially, for the economy.
Right. Before we move on, I also just want to throw another question out there because, again, it's been an eventful 90 days. Aside from your final thoughts, what should voters take away before we head to the polls tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.? Who would like to... Maria? Bea? John.
Well, maybe I can start by talking about what I think would happen under a second Marcos presidency. I've had a chance to give a briefing on this at a forum, and I summarized my conclusions as 4 Res, 4 REs. So the first is rehabilitation of the Marcos name and legacy. The second is repudiation of our people power history. The third would be repossession of their hidden and or old resources. I mean, nothing is safe. Imelda once claimed they owned like a majority of all the large corporations in the Philippines. And possession is 9/10 of the law, and all it needs is just to control. And we'll see what happens. And the last, I think, is realignment, a closer realignment with China. I think those are 4 certainties that can happen. Having said that, I think we can look forward to, or we can expect a turbulent 6 years, regardless of who will win. This is not to simplify the argument of Isko Moreno or Manny Pacquiao, no? But it's to recognize if Marcos wins, he will be facing a revitalized set of pro-democracy forces. And I think it's a real thing. You can already see people saying matalo or manalo or matalo, we're going to be in this and so on. So you can expect that kind of pushback. If Robredo wins by some miracle, you can expect the Marcoses, flush with cash, so close to victory, to also push back vigorously. So I think we're looking at a turbulent 6 years, unfortunately, for the Philippines. I think we need to manage our expectations about what will happen. May 9 is a day of reckoning, but it will not solve everything. In fact, it will not solve anything. It will just be the start of a possible period of problem solving.
I heard Jules talk about how we want this based on issues, that that we should vote on issues. But the reality is that people have always voted based on their emotions. Studies show up to 90%. So now our information ecosystem is pumped full of anger and hate. Interesting that the Marcos has shifted it to unity, right? So that's a whole different. But it's kind of a little bit like gaslighting, right? Because as they're doing that, what you're seeing online is actually the opposite, and the seeding of the meta narrative of, very similar to other countries around the world, of election fraud, i.e., stop the steal, right? We've seen this before. Okay, I've been so negative. Let me do the positives. And if you're voting tomorrow, think about it like this. The two top emotions, anger, hate, that's already manipulated us. But the other part that we've seen a resurgence, not just in the Philippines, but around the world, is inspiration, right? After the invasion of Ukraine, one man, Zelensky, who was offered a ride out, decided to stay and changed Putin's plans, because if he hadn't stayed, Putin probably would have been able to march in and take Ukraine, right? Because he stayed, he inspired his people to the death in many ways, right? He inspired his people and he inspired the world. A few weeks later, and this is from Leni Robredo, saying that she felt a difference in the crowd, and then we began to see people coming to. So yes, John, we are seeing the pro-democracy forces coming up. A little too late, but I also asked her that. She said, "I wish they had done this sooner." And it's like, who leads first? Is this the chicken or the egg, right? Like, maybe you should have done that sooner also. So it's this. Let's look for inspiration. Dang, right? It's like otherwise we get used to. I mean, in many ways.
Maybe tolerant to it.
Right? Anyway, so...
Yeah, well, I completely agree with you. I covered a few of the rallies. I mean, the sense of possibility that the rallies make us realize it's within our reach. It's just amazing. I'm old enough to have been part of the anti-Marcos struggle the first time around. So there were large crowds before, it was fun and all that. But the crowds this time, it's different. There's more sense of joy, actually. There's a lot of giving ambag. People are just giving out free stuff, and that's really amazing. It's a lot of hard work, but if that continues, I think we might be. Well, we just need to think of the longer term. But I think the seeds of inspiration are right there in those rallies.
Nakakatawa yung word na ambag kasi yun yung ginagamit na pang-kontra whenever people criticize the government on Twitter, diba? Like, or social media, yung ibabato sa'yo. Bakit ano bang ambag mo? So parang yun yung, and I remember it, and I witnessed one of the Robredo Pangilinan rallies na it wasn't the speech of Robredo or Pangilinan that moved me. It wasn't actually the speech, but it was the crowd reaction. Because you remember one of the speeches of, I think one of the surrogates of Senator Laila de Lima, or it was Chel Jokno, Attorney Jokno himself. It wasn't the main speech, actually, tapos na yung speech, but they were cheering for justice. And I remember them mentioning the drug war victims. Tapos na-amaze lang ako kasi parang in the past 6 years, like, it almost came to a point it was unthinkable to think of a crowd of thousands cheering on, asking for justice of the drug war victims. Kasi ang bilis mong ma-demolish, di ba? Parang marired tag ka kaagad, aawayin ka kaagad, na ito naman tayo sa anong ambag mo, parang tumulong ka na lang kaysa mag-criticize. So, and then, jumping off from that, unfortunately, hindi siya masyadong naging major talk point in the election cycle, no, yung drug war victim. So, when you go out to vote tomorrow, parang sana maisip mo yung libo-libo na namatay dahil sa quote-unquote war on drugs ni Rodrigo Duterte na 3 to 6 months daw, 6 na taon na, hindi pa natatapos. May mga namamatay pa rin. Kahit na nagka-pandemya, walang break. Yun, tas iisipin mo rin, bukod sa, kasi na-cover ko kasi ito na beat dati, no? Bukod sa drug war, kung anong nagawa ng drug war sa Philippine National Police. To begin with, it's a very fragile organization. Hirap yung PNP dati pa sa politika, sa whatever. Nadagdagan pa to sa parang erosion na dulot ng drug war, di ba? Hindi lang sa politika ng PNP, pero kahit sa yung moral compass din ng mga batang officer, especially yung mga...
For those who don't know, Bea also used to cover the police.
I covered the first years of the PNP under Duterte kay Ronald De La Rosa, who is now a senator. And who was once a presidential candidate under PNP Laban. So, I think...
Much to his own surprise. Yes.
Nagulat siya sa lahat. Nagulat siya na senator siya, nagulat din siya na naging presidential candidate siya. And I think we can talk about the drug war a little more tomorrow when we cover
But the PNP is a perfect example of the decay of institution because you've had 8 heads in 6 years. I mean, this is where the patronage really just gets in the way.
And they just appointed an OIC who was once a Davao City Police chief. Supposedly one of the favorites of Rodrigo Duterte with days to go, the day before the elections. And then, di ba, parang medyo nakakatawa na sana siya yung bilis ng pagpalit ng PNP chief. Oo, kasi parang yung joke nga sa mga kaibigan ko na reporter who cover the PNP, anong reform? 6 months ka lang uupo ng chief ng Philippine National Police. So those are the dalawang bagay, yung drug war tsaka yung PNP as an institution. And finally, again, kasi nga presidential election to, hindi napapansin masyado yung Senate race because we are, like the reporters are busy chasing after the presidential and vice presidential candidates. So we don't really notice the Senate race. Dahil nga presidential race ito, normally yung may pangalan na ang may advantage. So you see a lot of the re-electionists or attorneys, basically sure-win na yan, makakapasok na yan. But we have to remember that a lot of parang old-timers, institutions in the Senate are exiting. So we have Senator Soto, Senator Lacson, si Senator Drilon, magre-retire na from politics, sabi niya. So, and normally, like under the Duterte years, although parang the senators, including Lacson and Soto, have been accused, di ba, of basically, what you call this, allowing Duterte then to overreach. Pero in a lot of ways, tumitigil sa Senate, or parang, di ba, ang daming legislation na pinipigilan ng Senate. That's not the, we might not be seeing that kind of Senate after May 9. So, sana pag-isipan niyo rin ng mabuti. Napaka-corny nito, pero huwag kayo magpadala lang din sa pangalan. Like, explore your options, look at the other candidates who, because we need people in the Senate who will not be afraid to fiscalize, to, check the power of the executive. Kasi alam naman natin yung House, magiging supermajority yan malamang.
Yeah, definitely an election season like no other in 90 days comes down to this tomorrow. But also, as you said, May 9 is really just the beginning of everything. We'd like to thank our panelists, veteran journalist, Rappler columnist, and anchor, John Neri, co-anchor and Rappler reporter, Bea Cupin, economist, JC Punongbayan, of course, our Rappler CEO, Maria Ressa, Rappler's digital communications specialist, Krista Escudero, and our very own CEO, Rappler's Maria Ressa, and reporters, of course, Lian Buwan, Mara Cepeda, Piranada, Iker Ray, who joined us earlier and are already waiting in their respective candidates' hometowns. This is Sophie Tomer Cruz. Go out and vote tomorrow and tune in, of course, to Rappler's special coverage of the 2022 elections starting May 9 at 5 a.m. We turn over to Communities team Jules Giang and Happy Ferraran.
Speaking.
Ikaw ang bida sa darating na eleksyon. Sa iyong boto nakasalalay ang iyong kalusugan, kabuhayan at kinabukasan. Maging handa. Kilatisin ang mga kandidato. Suriin ang kanilang track record. Timbangin ang kanilang mga pangako at paninindigan. Sa libo-libong posisyon na ihahalal ngayong eleksyon, atin ang desisyon, atin ang bukas.
Aton.
Katuya.
Ako.
Gawan tayo'y.
Bagi tayo.
Roktano.
Aton.
Di aton.
Atin ang Pilipinas.
How they move on the ground, especially in this very crucial presidential elections. Good evening. I'm Jules Kiang, Rappler's Head of Community.
And my name is Happy Ferrarin from Rappler Plus. For the past few hours, we've been talking about the issues that mattered most to the Rappler community. This was done through our coalitions, the PH Vote Coalition and the Courage On Coalition. Earlier in the program, we did an assessment about the economy. We also talked about health. We also just finished talking about
Human rights and education.
So medyo mabigat yon in the last segment. And just to recap, I think in terms of education, so our guest from Dakila did say that we do have an education crisis. And I think one of the indicators of this is the widespread disinformation that's happening in our online landscape and the amount of people who also believe and easily fall victim to disinformation.
On our discussion naman, Happy, no, with human rights, we had Jay from iDefend. Basically, the top line of that conversation is we must make sure that the perpetrators of human rights abuses should be held accountable, especially in the next administration. So basically, our messaging is very clear. We want all of you, our voters, to have a issues-based decision as the polls open in 10 hours. Okay, 10 hours na lang po, magbubukas na ang mga presin.
Ayun. So if you want to join the conversation, tell us about the issues that matter to you. You can use the hashtag PHVote and hashtag WeDecide. Meron rin tayong hashtag PHVoteWatch. And of course, don't forget the election page, the live election coverage page of Rappler. That is ph.rappler.com. Here you'll see information about the different candidates running for national and local positions. And later on, tomorrow, after the polling booths close, we will also be publishing real-time results of the votes that are coming in.
Okay.
So
for the last segment of Community Corner for today, kasi tomorrow, tuloy-tuloy tayo halos every hour up until on the 10th. But for today, we'll finish with the last agenda point in our Atin ng Pilipinas 5-point agenda, and this is about environment.
Yes. So with us today, joining us on screen, we have Leon Dulce from Kalikasan to help us understand more about how the environmental issues affected the way people are voting. So, Leon, welcome to our show.
Okay, we'll try to fix the audio of Leon. Okay. But of course, Leon and Kalikasan, no, he's from Kalikasan. He's one of the most active organizations in Courage On Coalition. So, very important talaga na we're talking about the environment and climate action. You know, climate action, Happy, is part of the Sustainable Development Goals. And this Sustainable Development Goals is one of the priorities, not only in the Philippines, but across the world. Of course, this is spearheaded by the United Nations, and the Philippines is one of the signatories of this agenda. So we must make sure that the next administration should ensure na part yan ng ating action plan.
Correct. And also, actually, 2 days ago, so last May 6, the Commission on Human Rights also declared climate change as a human rights issue. So a while ago in the previous segment, we were talking to human rights advocates, and human rights spans so many different issues.
Yes.
And now the CHR has just declared climate change as being one of them. So very important itong issue for us.
Yes, kasi especially when we're talking about climate action or defenders of environment, marami yan eh. And here in the Philippines, there's so many cases of attacks and killings even to defenders of the environment. So I think we have Leon back. Hi, Leon. Okay, I think
Parang hindi pa namin siya marinig.
we still couldn't hear Leon. Okay, we'll get back to Leon in a few. Apologies for that. But of course, as we were discussing, Happy, when we're talking about human rights, talagang it's linking to almost everything. Interconnected.
Yes.
Kumbaga, may interconnectedness lahat ng mga issues na to. That's why it's important na we're not only focusing in one priority kasi dapat sabay-sabay natin na fino-focus ng mga to. That's why we ended up with the 5-point agenda.
Yeah. Actually, Jules, can you tell us, maybe people are interested, how did we come up with these 5 points in the 5-point agenda from our coalitions?
Coalition building is a very long process. Number one, we made sure that we're on the same page when we're talking about human rights, and we all realize in the Courage On Coalition that human rights is very complex. So that's why we identified groups within the health sector, within the legal sector, the youth sector, education sector, among others. And we saved this particular agenda point, environment and climate change, because, okay, I think, Leon, you're back?
Yes, hopefully I'm back.
Ayun,
Perfect.
you are back.
Leon, okay.
We hear you.
We hear you now. Okay, let's talk about climate change and the environment. Go ahead, Happy.
Okay, so we mentioned a while ago, climate change has now been declared as a human rights issue according to the Commission on Human Rights. What does this mean for environmental defenders such as yourself?
Yeah, so by declaring climate change as a human rights issue and recommending actually laws and plans to operationalize this framework, this framing, the CHR creates a concrete basis of holding corporations and even governments accountable on the basis of their impacts on the various civil, political, and socio-economic rights of the Filipino people. Kasi nag-translate yan halimbawa sa right to air, right to water, yung right to breathe, right to life. Also, more concrete socio-economic rights like right to livelihood, right to safe living space, etc. So this is something that would actually give a concrete face on how companies can be held accountable on clear metrics, and that is on the human rights metrics. So at the national level, wala actually nag-exist na hard policy that establish the accountability of corporations who are linked to the climate crisis. So even if you have the latest reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, establishing a stronger and stronger scientific consensus on the accountability of what causes anthropogenic or human-induced climate change, this does not translate into actual policy and governance mechanisms that could penalize and regulate the businesses. So how does this help the present situation of environmental defenders? With what we initially know from the news, di pa namin nababasa yung buong report ng CHR kasi 161 pages ito, kakalabas lang kahapon. The inquiry report actually made a number of concrete recommendations that would help, that would enable the work of environmental defense. So, number one, they called for the formulation of a national action plan on business and human rights. So conceptually, this would lay down measures where corporations can be mandated to do their due diligence in assessing and addressing human rights risks posed by their projects, including yung mga projected na long-term climate impacts, and where they can be held accountable should they figure in actual violations. Number two, they recommended the passage of laws that will impose legal liability for corporate-related human rights abuses. So establishing a clear legal basis of when companies are in violation of people's rights, and therefore when they can be subjected to penalties and other
Okay.
accountability.
Leon, let me chime in. Before we head on to the conversation on what should be our outlook in the next administration, let's take a quick assessment in the Duterte administration as regards the environment management here in the Philippines. What should be continued and discontinued in the next administration?
Okay, so on paper, yung good practice ng Duterte administration has been the establishment of new protected areas, no? But this is only on paper talaga because the tendency to under-budget protected areas and environmental conservation really continued under the Duterte government with a 19 billion average budget gap each year. So 80% budget gap yan of what is actually needed compared dun sa what is actually allocated. Tapos on the other hand, mas maraming masasabi na directions that should be discontinued. No? We have the tough talking on large-scale mining for the most part of the 6-year term, pero at the end of the 6-year term, the last 2 years, they reversed so many mining regulations during the pandemic years under the justification that we need economic recovery. So this approach refuses to recognize the reality that large-scale mining causes damages that are not computed doon sa cost-benefit kung makaka-recover nga ba tayo with mining. Another dangerous governance approach yung mga flashy but unscientific rehabilitation programs. So you saw that in Boracay and latest in Manila Bay. Madali talagang makabudol yung ganitong rehab program kasi visually appealing yung paglilinis.
Aesthetics
Pero
lang,
maraming practice na unscientific, no? At hindi talaga na-address yung roots ng pollution problems.
To follow up, can you just give an example, just for the benefit of our viewers, what are the things na hindi natin nakikita? Like, because of course we see the aesthetics, nakikita natin, oh wow, malinis nga ang Boracay. What are the unsustainable things that happen in a major cleanup like that supposedly on paper looks good?
Yeah, so yung paglinis kasi halimbawa, it only reduces what ends up in the bay na nanggaling na doon sa upstream. No? Hindi naman yung basura at yung pollution that you see in Manila Bay came from the coastal area exclusively. So if you do not address yung waste management systems upstream, no? Kung saan yung nanggagaling din talaga yung basura, dahil yung buong watershed mula sa bundok pababa, every time there's rainfall, every time there are weather systems, dadaos-dos at dadaos-dos yung dumi at pollution pabalik ng Manila Bay. So, yun yung hindi natin nakikita. They do clean up in the bay, on the coast, but hindi nila inaayos yung waste management systems on ground.
Okay.
So, hindi mo gagawin yun, uulit at ulit lang talaga yung dumi sa
So,
Manila.
short-sighted, in other words.
Kasi basically, when you're talking about Manila Bay, ang daming esteros na palabas na. So kung hindi maayos yung waste management within the city, pero ginagawa mong white beach yung Manila Bay, puro basura pa rin yung lalabas doon. So kailangan holistic yung approach, kumbaga, Leon. Okay, so let's pull up our conversation. So we've been talking about the policies here in the Philippines as regards the environment, but let's pull up climate change yung usapin natin. And when we're talking about climate change, minsan intimidating to other people kasi too many jargons among others. And as I mentioned earlier kay Happy, the Philippines is one of the signatories in so many international treaties, and in the Sustainable Development Goals, the climate action, the deadline of that is in 2030. So hindi naman naaabot sa next administration, but malaki yung ambag nila doon. So what do you think, Leon, should the next administration focus on so we could deliver more in this climate action priority?
Yes, Jules, dapat ang hanapin natin sa mga kandidato yung merong komprehensibong plano sa pagtugon sa ating krisis sa klima. In our Envibe Check fact check research that we did earlier, we found out that majority of our national candidates are either focused lang on disaster mitigation and climate adaptation, and thus they are blind to the exponential growth of climate risk. Kasi kung hindi mo i-address yung roots, hindi ka makakasabay dun sa pag-worsen ng disaster impact sa iba pang climate risks. Or on the other hand, they're zeroed in on the energy transition sa mitigation ng climate. And thus, they fail to address yung real-time impacts na vulnerable countries like the Philippines are already experiencing now. No? So while it's welcome na dun sa aming research nakita nga 21% or yun yung biggest no, of all the fact checks we made of the candidates ay patungkol sa environmental defense and climate justice, only a few candidates had actual proposals for action plans that will articulate interventions. Itatahi yung mitigation, adaptation, and climate justice. So you have Leni Robredo's climate commitments roadmap, you have Manny Pacquiao's climate master plan, and then you have Nery Colmenares' People's Green New Deal, which proposes comprehensive economic stimulus. So you only have a handful of people who have concrete plans. No? So while it's positive na may mga track records and positions on specific issues, masasayang yung potential nun kung hindi magkakaroon ng master plan na magtatahi ito. So, the next administration faces the gargantuan task of rebuilding our country that was torn by quintuple crisis of the pandemic, climate change, yung mass extinction ng biodiversity, kahirapan, at yung human rights abuse. Lahat yan sabay-sabay. So the next administration will be leading the country in the next 6 of the last 8 years ng window of opportunity to address yung climate crisis. So importante na yung susunod nating mga leader, unawa talaga yung big picture.
Right. So having said that about climate action and especially bukas na ang elections, and talking also to the other guests that we have today, we found out it was mixed. Some people felt na, like, for example, economic issues were not a factor for people when they were choosing their next leader. What about in terms of environment? In other countries, we know there's such a thing as a green vote, people voting for certain candidates or political parties because of their climate platform. So how possible is that in a Philippine setting? And if not, how can we start getting people to think about climate issues when it's time for voting?
Actually, uphill challenge talaga ang mag-mainstream ng environmental platform as a decision point in voting, both for the voters and for the politicians themselves, the candidates themselves. Then, so we think that the climate issue, for instance, is seen as a distant concern compared to daily gut issues, yung mga issue ng sikmura. So, both voters and both the candidates would prioritize yung mga arawang problema kasi yun yung kanilang constant struggle na kailangan i-address eh. Pero climate change, kunyari, if you talk about typhoon impacts, for instance, you get an average of just 5 destructive typhoons each year in the Philippines, and typhoons stay for about an average of 5 or 6 days. So basically, that's just around 30 days in a year na poproblemahin nila ang climate impact. So it's seen as a distant issue, but we have to make voters and candidates realize na as we approach the next few years pa, mas dadalas at mas lalakas yung mga impacts na yan. So huwag nating hintayin doon. Dapat yung boto natin ngayon ay makita na as a powerful and strategic tool to address the worst impacts that we can face as the years come. No? So it's hard to convince both candidates and voters alike. Pero we think naman na yung konkretong danas ng mga botante lalo na nagsasuffer sa mga climate impacts are motivating enough for them to really use the power of the vote to change their current situation.
Okay. Leon, as we wrap up, your last few reminders to our voters especially. Here I go again. In less than 10 hours, the polls will open already. So they still have 10 hours to decide and to maybe finish their list of candidates and even for their party lists. Very quickly, Leon, what's your message to our voters?
So sa mga kababayan, mga kapatid natin, ito na siguro yung pinakamahalagang boto na magagawa natin sa kamakailang kasaysayan ng Pilipinas. Magiging mapagpasya yung botong ito sa magiging pamahalaan natin ngayong huling 8 taon na lang talaga ang natitira para maaaring maaksyonan natin yung krisis ng climate change at yung pagkaubos ng ating saribuhay. Ito din yung pamahalaan na susubukang ibangon yung ating bansa mula sa salasalabat na krisis ng pandemya at krisis ng klima at ito pa. No? Nasa 6 sa bawat 10 Pilipino ang meron ng ginagawa ng mga maliliit na aksyong pangkapaligiran tulad ng pagtitipid ng tubig o pagtatanim ng puno. That's around 40 million Filipinos out of our total voting population. Imagine natin if bawat isa sa atin ay gagawa ng 2 simpleng aksyon lang na hinihiling namin sa inyo. Una, bumoto ng mga makakalikasang kandidato. Kumpletuhin po natin from president down to party list, down to local government unit. Wag nating kakalimutan, no? We need green leaders in all aspects of governance. Pangalawa, bantayan natin ang ating mga boto para sa tunay na clean and green na eleksyon. Hanapin yung mga anti-fraud hotlines na meron tayo dyan para makapag-ulat ng makikita nating dayaan tulad ng sa Kontradaya o dito rin sa Rappler, yung PH Vote Watch. No? So yun lamang, and tomorrow, let us make history for people and planet.
Okay, maraming salamat. Thank you very much, Leon. He's from Kalikasan. So, thank you again for being our final guest for the community segment. Again, for those of you who are watching, you can join the conversation online using the hashtags PHVote and We Decide. And of course, our election page is up. So, pwede pa rin kayo. Meron pa kayong a few hours, 10 hours to go if you still don't have a complete senatorial list or you still want to learn more about the party lists. All the information is on our election page. It's live, and that will also be the same page where we will publish the results real time. So that's ph.rappler.com.
So happy this brings to a close our panel discussion a day before Election Day. So please go out and vote tomorrow, and please tune in to Rappler's special coverage of the 2022 elections starting May 9, 5 o'clock a.m. with Happy for Community Corner. I'll be joining later by the afternoon already. So thank you so much. Once again, I'm Jules Giang with Happy Ferraren. Thank you very much, and see you all tomorrow in the precincts.
Bye!
Number 2 sa balota.
Pilipinas!